Yeah, I'm gonna buy this book for my mother, because she knew her very well. They were quite close actually. This is a good friend of my mother's, and very sad story and stuff. And the whole thing was she had a disturbing and fucked up childhood, which caused her to fucking to be terrified to because when she was young, she was raped and abused by her family. I don't remember which one it was, her grandfather or something like that. And so she was terrified to leave the room because they would lock her up in the room all day, and they knew she wasn't right because of what he had done to her and stuff. And so she developed agoraphobia later. She had a successful adulthood until she was like 36. But then when she was about 42 or something like that, her husband just decided that she was crazy because she didn't want to leave the house anymore unless she had to, just to go to work or whatever. She would beg him to go shopping and do all the stuff that a wife should do. And there was all this weird class war stuff when she stopped being willing to go do the laundry or go to the dry cleaner or any of that stuff. No, did my headphones turn off? No. Like she would she stopped wanting to leave the house because she was abused as a child, and whoever was abusing her confined her to her room for long periods of time, like 10, 12 hours, 24, 36 hours at a time, all weekend, sometimes from like Friday afternoon until Monday morning, until she got to go to school again. She was just locked in her fucking room, and by abusive alcoholic parents. So then she beats this. She didn't have a problem until later. She was like so well, in fact, that she got her PhD in psychology and stuff, which means going to college for 12 years, which is proof that she wasn't agoraphobia from the age of, she wasn't agoraphobic past the age of like 16 until she was like 32, 34, something like that. And when the Vietnam War started and everybody was stressed out and she thought that there might be a really bad like World War again and all this other stuff, she got kind of depressed because she was watching the news all the time, and she started feeling like she didn't want to leave the house anymore, and it got worse and worse and worse. And then eventually she couldn't leave the house anymore, and her husband was furious because he didn't want to do her wifely duties or whatever. That's what a wife does in 70s Norman Rockwell America. You're not doing your wifely duties or whatever, so we're gonna have you committed. So he has her committed against her will. She's like, no, I'll go outside, I'll fix it, I'll do something, and it doesn't matter. He just packs her up, throws her in the fucking car, drags her down to the mental institute, and has her committed in like an hour. And they lock her up there for like a month. She doesn't see her kids for a month or something like that. It's so fucked up. She went from like taking care of her kids all day to like not seeing them for a whole month, and this basically broke her. And like this joke that he makes is insensitive, and he shouldn't have made it. I mean, the only reason that I feel that it's insensitive is because I have a friend who went through this kind of thing. But it's this joke, he laughs about it. I can't laugh about it. This is the laughter of a naive idiot. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't laugh at this if you were a really good, really intelligent person with emotional intelligence. This is not. I guess it's an offhand funny. The way he said it is haha funny. But I couldn't make a joke like this because I've had friends who actually were committed against their will, had their brains fried with like PhD psychologists had their fucking brains fried by electroshock and insulin shock therapy and shit, and had her shit scrambled and fried and abducted for a month and all this other stuff just because she didn't want to leave her house, and so he laughs about this because he's like, oh, back then they could do anything. They could just be like,
the past. The man could just be like, oh,
this is the past. Yeah. So he's not naive. He's not naive about the fact that the man could just have his wife committed. Up until 1975, it was like that. In every country in the world, you could just have your fucking spouse committed if they didn't act like the way you wanted them to act, especially women. The madhouse they call lunatics, right? If you're in a person in a madhouse, they call you a lunatic. Do you know why they call people lunatic? It's the word luna, which means moon. What do you think of when you think moon? Now I think of course the moon out there in the solar system, and I think of Greek goddesses and Roman goddesses like Artemis and Luna and stuff like this, right? But then I also think of the monthly visit, Aunt Flo. When women have their period, I don't think we're all children here, right? When women have their fucking period, right, is what I think of when I think of Luna. That's where that word came from. It was a woman acting outside normal women action. is how we got the word lunatic, which means that, oh, it's a woman on her moon. She must be crazy. It's a woman on her period, and she must be acting crazy because she's having an episode or something like that. So let's have her committed and we'll electroshock her, right? And that's where we get the word lunatic from, is crazy women who were just committed by their fucking asshole husbands for the last, like, 500 years and shit.
Most definitely not insane. Yeah, but it's the past. The man can just be like, oh, my wife is mildly annoying. That mild annoyance is a type of mild insanity which could quickly turn...
Right, which he's talking about hysteria, and he can't laugh about this. The man is smart. He's north of 132 or something. He would probably outdo, like, probably 3/4 of the people that I know. But he is not genius level of smart, though. He constantly says naive things. He wouldn't be able to laugh at this because it's fucking horrible.
Into a type of real insanity, right, doctor? And the doctor be like, oh, yes, Mr. Samuel, very good, sir. Very good indeed. Let's sign her off and send her to Broadmoor. But whatever...
So he didn't laugh at it, and I was a little harsh with him.
Mr. Samuel, very good, sir.
He's a little bit more intelligent than I thought he was. He at least knows how the world works. I guess I've called him naive, and I think that's incredibly insulting. I don't think he's naive. I think he's not very experienced, which to me is the same thing. No, it's not. Naive is when you don't have the knowledge of something. Inexperienced is just not having experience with something. They're separate things, kind of. You can know about Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance without ever riding a motorcycle, I suppose.
Very good indeed. Let's sign her off.
You could know a lot about rocket science, even though you're Stephen Hawking and you can't lift a rocket, or not lift a rocket, but you can't even lift, like, say, like the switch to fire the rocket or something, but you could still do the rocket, you know, and Stephen Hawking could flip the switch, yeah, but I'm talking about, like, could he load the rocket in the bay tube or something? No. Or a torpedo in the bay tube? No. And so you can have knowledge of something but not have experience with something. So this guy, he's not naive. He's inexperienced in life. He's inexperienced. Some of the things he says are frankly naive. The things he says are naive, but he himself is not naive. He is inexperienced and says naive things. That's a more accurate statement, because I'm not trying to insult him. I'm trying to say it's a shortcoming that comes through in his language. Now this joke that he told is actually very good, and it was well timed. And
oh yes, Mr. Samuel, very good.
He was laughing at first because he's actually rather cruel, a cruel man, I think.
Good, sir. Very good indeed.
I don't think I can laugh at this. Yeah, I couldn't laugh at this. He's not laughing at it.
Off and send it to Broadmoor.
No, he's not laughing at it. And man, that moment reminded me of one of my best friends, Jed Gallagher, so much. So much. My friend Jed, that was a Jed comment that he made. That is a comment that my friend Jed would have made without a laugh.
Which could quickly turn into a type of real insanity, right? The past.
This is a really good joke that he told.
Man could just be like, oh, my wife is...
But it's sarcasm out of rage, basically. Not rage, but like sarcasm out of exasperation. It's not mockery or even humor. It's not even dark humor. It's like, it's full-blown cynicism.
Annoying. That mild annoyance is
a mild, like, psychological ailment called hysteria that they used to use as an excuse to send their wives away to the loony bin.
Mild insanity, which could quickly turn in...
Why do they call it the loony bin? Because it's filled with lunatics. What does that mean? Well, it's women on their moon. You know, if you look at the word lunatic, right? It's considered offensive by some. It's a person who is mentally ill, dangerous, foolish, or crazy. For example, he drives like a lunatic. Is silly in a dangerous way, informal. The word lunatics comes from the Latin word luna, which means moon. It originally referred to a type of insanity that was thought to be dependent on the moon's phases. What else do you think about when you think of the moon's phases? You think of periods, right? And you get what they meant when they were saying it. It was used in medicine in the 3rd and 4th centuries, including by Aristotle. Today, the word lunatic is considered outdated and offensive. They won't say that it's sexist, but it is sexist. It's considered outdated and offensive. It's a sexist word because there's these connotations of women inside of it. That women are crazy. And then that shit's fucked up. It's outdated and fucked up. Women are not crazy. The fucking doctors were crazy. The doctors that fucking fried this very competent, very capable fucking PhD psychologist, right? They fried her fucking brain. And this isn't because she had an issue with leaving the house. It's because the doctors were the problem. This had nothing to do with her leaving the house. If she doesn't want to leave the house, don't make her leave the fucking house. That's her life. She can do what she wants. Honestly, this thing about like fucking like insulin and electroshocking her because she doesn't want to leave the house, that was the doctors. The doctors were the problem in this equation. This is why L. Ron Hubbard spoke out against psychology and psychiatry so fucking strongly and brainwashed all of the goddamn fucking Scientologists into hating psychiatry. And trust me, like a lot of Hollywood people hate psychiatrists too. They like, honestly, I've heard it all over. Like even the Trailer Park Boys made a statement like, psychiatrists cause more problems than they solve. I don't agree with this at all. I think psychiatrists are desperately needed. Therapy is needed, but like, this was a problem of the doctors. It was in the 60s when they did this. The doctors were essentially fucking mad scientists back then. They were just shooting people up with insulin and shocking their fucking brains with no idea what it would do. Like Victor Frankenstein and shit like that. That shit was mad doctor junk science. And the doctors were the problem here. You know what I'm saying? Not her. Her problem was she didn't want to leave the house because her parents used to fucking confine her to her room after they raped her. That does not make her crazy. That makes the doctor crazy if he insulin shocks her because of it. Because she doesn't want to leave her house. I understand why she doesn't want to leave her house. There's a reason. It's not some crazy reason. She doesn't like. There's not some crazy thing where it's like, I can't leave the house. I'm crazy. It's not like that. She would very calmly tell her husband why she felt uncomfortable leaving the house because they used to confine her to her room when she was a child. She was very comfortable telling people why. And so then they called her insane and they shot her brain up with insulin and shocked her with electricity and fried her fucking brain for 25 fucking years. And she had to dig her way out of the fog. And it's a really good book about this particular thing. I like that he made the joke. He's a lot better than I gave him credit for.
Into a type of real insanity, right, doctor? And the doctor be like, oh, yes, Mr. Samuel.
It's funny because the joke's funny until you can't laugh at it anymore because this is what they did do. It's sort of like making fun of 9/11 or something. You can't. It's always going to be too soon.
Very good, sir. Very good indeed.
So notice he's not telling a joke anymore. It's beyond sarcasm or even sardonic or anything like this. This is full-blown disdain.
Let's sign her off and send her to Broadmoor.
You can see it in the eyes. Disdain.
Yes, Mr. Samuel.
And I couldn't laugh at it. I didn't like him. I was like, only a fucking naive idiot. I thought he was laughing. Can you see it? I thought for a second he was laughing.
Type of real insanity, right, doctor? And the doctor be like, oh, yes.
See, I thought he was making a joke and laughing, and he is. He's trying to make a joke, but the joke isn't a joke. The disdain is real.
To Samuel, very good.
And I didn't like him at first. I was like, are you joking about something so horrible that one of my close friends' families, but she's passed now, but I mean, like, one of my close friends' families went through something like that. This is not something you joke about.
Sir, very good indeed.
But he wasn't, and you can see there on the face, he's not making a fucking joke. But the way that he cuts stuff all the time is sort of naive. He's sort of naive. It wasn't really that good of a joke. It kind of hit home for me.
Sign her off and send her to Broadmoor. But whatever health issues...
Sign her off inside of the Broadmoor. Yeah, and it sucks because that sucks. That's like taking a fucking, like a cheap shot at people who were abducted against their will and sent to the lunatic fucking asylum. The loony bin. The fucking, the asylum. Like, that's not funny. That's, that was season 3 of American Horror Story or was it season 2? I think it was season 2. Season 2. 3 was witches. 2 was fucking the lunatic asylum, and it was called the asylum and stuff, and it was all about this. It was exactly about this, how crazy those Nazi doctors were. These crazy psychiatrist doctors were brought in by these American politicians, people like Hans Scharf. They were the lead Luftwaffe fucking SS fucking Gestapo fucking interrogators. We brought them here to train our doctors, our scientists, and our police. I don't know why we did this, but one of the problems that they did is they convinced all these crazy German psychiatrists, fucking like sicko doctors from straight out of eugenics, fucking Nazi Hitler, like German era of Germany and shit. We brought them over here and we had them train our doctors how to do psychiatry. So of course they convinced these doctors to fight. They were Nazi doctors. They convinced them to fucking shoot up patients' brains with insulin and shock them to fry the neurons to try and change their fucking. And of course, yeah, if you scramble somebody's brain with electricity, they're not going to care about leaving their room anymore. They don't have a mind anymore. They've got a fried brain. They're essentially a potato. They're a vegetable. That's what insulin and electroshock does to you. And that's what these fucking Nazi doctors did. Who brought them over here? Good white American leadership brought up fucking Nazi doctors and Nazi Gestapo interrogators and Nazi fucking Gestapo fucking guys over here to train the CIA, all the loony bins, all the fucking, all the fucking places that shitty like fascists hang out and try to tell people what to do, essentially. It's like, man,
Who's Marianne?
I mean fascist too on this one. This really was fascist, like shooting somebody in a loony bin against their will with insulin shock. Remember that movie Girl Interrupted, or like Sucker Punch or whatever? Those are good as Sucker Punch is not a good example of anything, but I love that movie anyways. It was really awesome. But Girl Interrupted or Once Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is an excellent example of how really hellish these fucking these hells on earth that these asylums actually were. Season 2 of American Horror Story. Do you think they would be doing season 2 of American Horror Story, the big season that's either gonna make or break their fucking show, and whether or not they go 10 seasons or not? They chose the asylum because it really is like the most terrifying fucking thing that most of us can imagine. And so it was very good that his naive ass was not laughing at it, because it's not something that you can laugh at unless you're a fucking weird, shitty sicko who belongs in the loony bin.
Was enduring, Samuel appeared to take this as an excuse to...
I can't laugh at that, and thank God he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. I almost tripped on him. I almost canceled him right there on my channel. I was like, nah, man. You can't be laughing at people who got fucking stuck up in lunatic asylums for against their will, you know?
Actively banish his first wife to isolation in her own small bedroom, whilst he and the new governess enjoy luxuries in the master bedroom in a separate wing of the house.
Sound familiar? This is what they did to women. This is what they did to Laura Lorraine Lancer when she was young in the fucking 40s and shit. She was the same, she was older. She was like 19, it was like the 30s and shit. In the 30s, it was like the Dust Bowl, and it was terrible, and it was the Great Depression and all this shit. And that was the age that my grandfather's generation, Laura Lorraine Lancer's generation came up in. And like fucking, and they had darker times back then. It was not the same. They could easily have your wife abducted and have her disappear. That's like how much the men's power was back then. And that was the example of the war of the gender stuff that makes me do stuff like kick people when they say stuff like, but she waited 7 years to tell anybody about the rape. Why should she be able to just retroactively complain 10 years later and stuff like that? Motherfucker, up until 1978, it was legal to rape your wife in America, and men did do that. There was terrible stories of it, right? And like fucking, like up until 1978, like women have had it so bad. Like so bad. They were like treated like chattel. They weren't allowed to lead. They weren't allowed to make money. They weren't allowed. It was like bad like this. And so up until the 60s, like almost until 1978, you could just full blown have the fucking loony bin haul your wife away if you didn't like her. That's like how much power the shit that they had. You can't make fun of that shit. It's not funny. Imagine if your fucking spouse, it could happen to you too. Nowadays it can't happen so easy, but even in the 70s, a wife could have her husband committed very simply. She could be like, yeah, he's eating his own poop and he's raping his own children. And they'll be like, what? And she'll be like, yeah, he's eating his own poop, and he's raping his own children, and he does it at 4:10 in the morning every night, and he thinks nobody knows about it, and he thinks that I don't know about it, and I'm terrified to tell anybody else, right? And you can easily have your husband committed forever, just on a say so. It went both ways, and it did.
I'll say, hey.
Remember that movie Shutter Island? That was about that kind of. I forget the names of the figureheads in Shutter Island, but yeah, like all the weird names they kept dropping in Shutter Island and stuff. That had to do with the people in the asylum. They were almost famous because they were known by everybody. Once they lost their rights and went to the asylum, their name became famous in the neighborhoods and stuff because they were somebody who was lost forever. Basically, you don't ever really come back from that. You don't ever marry again. You don't ever get a job, especially if you're a woman. You don't ever marry or get a job again. You're just what they call a spinster. You're just fucked up and left to die, like what the Republican Party made fun of with crazy cat ladies recently. That shit isn't fucking funny. The shit is not funny. It's funny till it happens to you.
Hey, Samuel.
And it could happen to you. It can happen to men just as easily as it can happen to women, and it does.
Douche. Whenever news of this arrangement leaked out into the current neighborhood, Samuel felt compelled.
I mean, will it happen to you over it happening to a woman? No, it's going to happen to women almost exclusively. But I mean, it can happen to men, and it does. People can have you committed. It happened to me one time. I was like crazy on methamphetamine. Somebody had me committed. Thank God they did.
And move house in a bit.
Not committed, but 72-hour holds in an inpatient police, funded mental health facility. I've done 2 psych holds, 2 72-hour psych holds in the mental health facility in Denver for drug psychosis. I'm not proud of this. And then a 2-year stint in the mental health center of Denver's David House, which is recovery for drug addicted felons.
To protect his reputation.
I didn't have a felony, but I sat there in probation waiting to be given a felony the entire time I was there. But then they dropped it because it was COVID and they didn't want... Well, they dropped it not just... Well, they didn't drop it because of COVID, but they didn't want me in jail because of COVID, so they just used probation as an excuse not to send me to jail. Which is really good because they wanted to. They kept telling me. Every time I saw them, they kept telling me, get ready, you're going to do 10 years in jail mandatory. I was like, great, thanks for this non-felony charge costing me 10 years of my life, not mandatory minimum sentencing.
And is respectable.
Fucking mandatory minimum sentencing.
Career. Wait, I've totally forgotten what this guy did for a living. I said he was just a money dude.
Actor.
Constance Kent was possibly troubled by how badly her mother had been treated, and she really didn't care for the new replacement who quickly dominated the entire household after Mary Ann's death. And this situation only became worse when Samuel and his new wife began to shower their later children with all the attention and affection, whilst the only attention that Constance and William ever received was severe punishment.
This is the stuff that Laura Lorraine Lancer came up with.
From their
They just ignore you. They just ignore the kid. They act like you don't exist anymore. You got to feed yourself and go to school and stuff, or the truant officer comes and hassles the parents. But you're just a non-entity to them anymore. And a bunch of Americans were raised this way because a bunch of Americans didn't get a good education.
Mother for the slightest transgression. In early 1856, 13-year-old Constance had become so hacked off with life at home that she persuaded her 12-year-old brother and only ally William to run away with her to the sea. It's the sort of thing a 13-year-old.
To the sea.
Come on, we're gonna go live by the sea, Willie.
Gonna live by the sea. You wonder where that song from Demon Barber of Fleet Street came from? Go down by the sea, Demon Barber by the sea, right? I don't think I can do this without the music in the background, right? Maybe I can do karaoke. Can I do karaoke of By the Sea? Why are you taking so long? No, I don't want to see it. I want to see the lyrics. By the Sea lyrics, right? I just want to sing the song. I don't care about DMCA. I can use my own voice free if I want. By the sea, Mr. Todd, that's the life I covet. By the sea, Mr. Todd, oh, I know you'd love it. You and me, Mr. T, we could be alone in a house that we'd almost own. Down by the sea, anything you say, wouldn't that be smashing? With the sea at our gate, we'll have kippered herring. We'll have swum to a strait from the straits of Bering. Every night in the kip, when we're through our kippers, I'll be there slipping off your slippers by the sea. And so I always wondered where they got this from. It turns out this was it. This is the original fucking thing. It's Constance Kent. She was, her story is where they got By the Sea from. I wondered.
She got her long hair
And
changed.
that's a Demon Barber like killer thing. Is she's supposed Constance Kent supposedly wanted to go live by the sea,
Into boys' clothing and then headed off.
and then they locked her in a room. Remember that like up at I'm just a da 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 da. Like she's up in the room singing like a little bird because she's trapped in a cage her entire fucking life. That's what happened to Laura Lorraine until she was like 20 or something like that. I was extremely sympathetic to her when I last saw her. I was like, I read your book. And it was so good. I think it's better than Once Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest because it hits harder. And she's like, thank you. It's good to see that somebody I knew took the time to actually read it. And I was like, yeah, it was so good. It was so good.
William in the general direction of the port city of Bristol, with dreams of securing work as cabin boys and sailing away to life in
I'm going to buy 2 copies of that book before it's not being sold anymore because she's passed. It might become a collector's item one day.
another country. They didn't get very far. They only made it about 9 miles before they were picked up by the police. That reminds me, again, of my own boarding school days, but at least Constance and William were wearing more than just pyjama bottoms and slippers. The little saga proved to be something of an embarrassment for Samuel Kent. Here was a man whose job it was to safeguard women and children working in factories. Ah, yes, this was his job, I forgot. And yet his 2 own children have fled the miserable conditions of the family home. The 2 runaways spent the night in the police station before they were returned home. During questioning by the police, a whimpering William had apparently been profusely apologetic for his actions as he sobbed into his handkerchief and begged for mercy, whilst Constance appeared to be as cool as a cucumber, expressing no regret whatsoever. Well, it's not like they've committed a crime, they're just being returned home. By her own later admission, she was viewed by the police as the bad boy who had led the other astray. After returning home, it's reported that they were beaten and spent most of the next 2 days locked in the cellar. Holy shit. And this episode may well have been the catalyst for the pair of them getting packed off to boarding school shortly afterwards. Detective Inspector Jack Wiltshire was particularly intrigued about one specific detail regarding this failed attempt to escape the family home. And that's what Constance chose to do with their old clothes and hair clippings just before they set off on their short-lived adventure. Not wishing to leave behind any clues, she had stashed away the items in her favourite secret hiding place. She shoved the hair clippings down the outside toilet and wedged her dress and petticoats into the tank above, where she believed they would never be found. Dude, hiding stuff in like an open toilet is like, you want that stuff back? I mean, she doesn't, but it's like her favourite hiding place. You generally hide things that you want to access again in the future. Not the best idea, Constance. Now that the outside toilet was no longer used by servants, it was as if Constance regarded the small building as her own private little dwelling where nobody else ever ventured and where secrets could be buried. Interesting choice for a private little dwelling. Witcher uncovered a number of other reasons to make him suspicious of Constance Kent. During a search of her bedroom, he came across a large pile of newspaper articles relating to the case of the alleged murderess Madeline Smith, who in 1857 was strongly suspected but never convicted of murdering her lover by giving him chocolates that she had laced with arsenic. Witcher believed that a teenage girl taking such an interest in the macabre was unnatural, and her own father held similar sentiments as he had started to hide the newspapers from Constance to try and wean her off this obsession with murders. Hello there, friend, listening to a true crime podcast.
No, he's not naive. He's a comedian. He fancies himself a comedian, and I always think of them as naive. But no. He's an armchair comedian, and I always think of them as those types as being sort of naive, you know. But no. I think he actually is a really strong, smart man, and I like supporting him. I think he's not what I think he is. It's good, you know. My suspicions are wrong. I think he is a lot stronger than I gave him credit for, and I think he's one of my big heroes now, actually.
But it's not the only one you listen to, is it now?
It's weird. Inside of a minute, I go from hating him to really liking him because it took me a while to get on board. I'm like, are you acting? I can't tell. I can tell that you're intelligent, but you say dumb things sometimes, and that doesn't track.
Yet his determined daughter had still managed to get a hold of them for a collection. I don't think we can draw too many conclusions from this. It's a little bit like accusing, Danny and I are on the same page, aren't we? Of accusing regular casual criminalist viewers of being potential murderers based purely on their YouTube and podcast habits. I have it on good authority that at least 73% of casual criminalist viewers have hardly ever even murdered anyone. Those 27% you gotta watch out for. But I suppose we have to remember that this was the Victorian era, when teenage girls living in nice houses were largely expected to restrict their hobbies to sewing, baking, and playing the harp. A far more compelling point raised by Witcher was the mystery of the missing nightgown. If Constance had indeed murdered her half-brother in such a messy way, it's reasonable to expect that her own clothing would have been as stained as the walls and floor of outside the toilet. It transpired that Constance owned 3 nightgowns, one of which had gone missing shortly after the murder, and that the housemaid Sarah Cox later recalled an incident that had occurred at around the same time. Sarah had collected Constance's laundry from her bedroom, as usual in the morning, but just before she was preparing to take it all down to the laundress, Mrs. Holly, Constance called her from the top of the stairs. She wanted to check the slip pocket of her nightgown, as she claimed that she might have left her purse in there. The slip pocket was checked and no purse was found, after which there was a slightly awkward moment as Sarah waited hesitantly to put the nightgown back in the laundry and get on with her work. At this point, Constance asked the housemaid to fetch her a glass of water from downstairs, leaving Constance alone with the nightgown for around a minute or two. Sarah then returned with the glass of water and took the laundry, including a nightgown that Sarah was holding, down to Mrs. Holly. But after this encounter, Constance Kent was found to own only 2 nightgowns instead of 3. This is very suspicious. I'm beginning to think that Constance might actually have something to do with this. Jack Witcher strongly suspected that the original nightgown picked up by Sarah Cox was the one Constance was wearing when she murdered Francis and was stained in evidence of her crime. He also believed that when Sarah nipped downstairs for a glass of water, Constance switched the nightgowns and later got rid of the one that was nearly taken to the laundress, leaving her one short. It was the poor laundress, Miss Holly, who copped the blame for losing a nightgown. This did make me wonder how much blood could have been splashed on the nightgown if it was never noticed by Sarah Cox when she picked it up for collection or watched Constance check the slip pocket for a purse. Perhaps it just wasn't very heavily stained at all, in which case Constance may have been better off just hoping that Mrs. Holly wouldn't notice it either. Jack Witcher may have felt frustrated that he never managed to locate the missing nightgown, but he would have felt even more frustrated years later when Superintendent John Foley meekly revealed that his crack team of clowns had discovered a blood-drenched night garment very early on in their own fumbled investigations. This is why detectives became a thing. Because it's like, this guy's just like, he doesn't know what he's doing. There are several different versions of the story of what exactly happened here, and the truth is not entirely clear. The police either found some kind of night garment stashed away in a boiler hole, or they found a nightgown lodged into a chimney. The legend goes that Foley hit upon the idea of leaving the blood-stained evidence exactly where it was, in the hope that the killer would be later caught in the act of trying to retrieve it. However, the plan went pear-shaped when the police officer, who was supposed to be keeping an eye on the garment, either left his post for half an hour or ended up getting accidentally locked in the kitchen. Either way, by the time he returned to his post, the garment had gone walkabout and was never seen again. Now, it's possible that we could be talking about several different night garments here. The murderer may well have been wearing other layers of clothing underneath the main nightgown, but it does seem to be the case that John Foley's investigation uncovered some form of blood-stained night clothing, which was subsequently and quite carelessly lost, a fact which embarrassed Foley so much that he forgot to mention it at all to Detective Inspector Jack Witcher. So it's like, he didn't mention it in the hope that it never comes up. It's like, dude, it's gonna come up. He's a detective. He's doing the same investigation you did, except better. Still, although Jack Witcher was never destined to fully solve the mystery of the missing nightgown, he still felt that he had enough material to compose a 5-page letter to the commissioner at Scotland Yard, outlining all the reasons why he firmly believed that Constance Kent had murdered her own half-brother. He noted that Constance had great strength, both mentally and physically. She apparently enjoyed a bit of bare-knuckle boxing in her spare time, goddamn, and regularly whipped the asses of older male students. And she had a clear motive. After talking at length to her friends and associates at school, Witcher had concluded that Constance Kent was utterly consumed with jealousy for her younger paternal half-siblings and consumed with hatred for her stepmother, which is not unreasonable because they're treating her like while the younger kids get all the attention. Of course she's gonna not take kindly to that. And so she decided to exact cruel revenge on her stepmother by taking from her what she appeared to cherish most of all, the life of her youngest child, Frances Saville Kent. Damaged reputations. Constance Kent calmly denied any involvement in the murder when she was questioned by Jack Witcher, but she got a little more emotional when she was arrested on suspicion of murder on July 16th. As she was led away from Road Hill House, she began weeping and loudly protesting her innocence. Constance was placed in custody for 7 days, which was the maximum amount of time that Witcher had been given to dig up more evidence before his suspect faced the local magistrates. But in the meantime, the public mood seemed to have turned very much against the Prince of Detectives, whilst the plight of Constance Kent was viewed in a sympathetic light. He may have previously enjoyed fame and admiration for solving grubby murders and bringing common criminals to justice, but this time, Witcher was seen to have overstepped his boundaries. How dare this working-class detective start throwing accusations around in a quiet country home owned by nice rich people? And how did he have the nerve to suggest that the 16-year-old daughter of a man with a respectable career might be capable of committing anything more serious than forgetting her manners at the family dinner table? He should have stuck to interrogating the servants instead of poking his nose into the affairs of people well above his lowly class. Better still, he should have stayed in London and stuck to catching proper criminals who have never eaten anything more sophisticated than a jar of jellied eels. It was almost as if Witcher's perceived violation of the Kent's family privacy was a more serious offence than the murder of a 3-year-old boy. One barrister later publicly described Jack Witcher as vulgar, greedy, and rapacious in his destruction of a young woman's life. Yeah, let me guess, that barrister's also, he's a barrister. He's also rich and powerful, so he's like, ooh, I don't like it when the detectives start sniffing around our business. They're only supposed to deal with the paws, old bean. Meanwhile, the Wiltshire and Devies Gazette ran a scathing editorial in August which read, "We do not believe there is a single human..."
Oh, no, that's not good. What's the highest DPS ship I've got? Do I have anything? I don't have anything here. I would have to make like I could try that. .188 DPS, 5741. He'll smoke me. It's a tornado. There's no way. I would have to run like... I don't think I'd have to run like a Gila. I'd have to bring my Gila back and tackle him. I'm gonna activate the kill right just to scare him, but I'm not gonna mess with him. Fuck it. What is the DPS on this ship? It's like 200. Yeah. I don't really like the Hawk that much anymore. It's a good ship, but I could try to kill him with this. Let's try and kill him with this. That's right, bitch. You better run.
Autopilot engaged.
Impair.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
What's an Impera? I forget.
Autopilot jumping.
Cheaper ship, but yeah. It's a Corvette.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm going to target next time and tackle next time. I'll get him next time, too.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, do shoot again. All the auction house stuff is like too slow now. They need to improve the UI. They need to let you batch post. They need to like. There's all this stuff with that auction house. Amazon, you're not living up to your auction house name. You should have a better auction house than EVE, but you don't.
Stargate.
It takes so long to sell an item. It takes like 15 seconds to sell each item. That is so unacceptable. When has anything ever taken 15 seconds on a digital sale? Nothing. It's like you fucking hard-coded failure into your auction house or something.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Damn it. They always move the second I attack.
Being besides Mr. Witcher, who would think it sufficient to detain Constance Kent in custody for a minute. There was no occasion whatever for calling in the assistance of a metropolitan functionary. Our own excellent police have at all times shown themselves entirely competent to their duties. Bro, come on now. The ends of justice would have been much better answered if they had not been interfered with. No, they wouldn't, because they weren't. He didn't solve it. He had a chance, then they brought in the detective. You're just painting this bloody media. Stop it. Let's not forget that this newspaper is referring to the very same excellent police force who were getting accidentally locked in kitchens, losing vital pieces of evidence, and pointing the finger at the nursemaid with practically no logic or evidence to back up their accusations. It's been suggested that the Wiltshire magistrates were of a similar opinion that Constance Kent was far too posh to be prosecuted on the suspicions of a farmer's son. And this was why, after the 7 days were up, to Witcher's utter despair, the magistrates' hearing concluded with the release of Constance Kent from police custody. That might not be an entirely fair conclusion to reach, though. Samuel Kent was certainly in a position to spend a ton of money on the most expensive barrister in town to defend his daughter's name during the magistrates' hearing. And the barrister, Peter Edlin, was said to have completely dominated proceedings, at one point telling the magistrates there was not a tittle of evidence against her, and yet this young lady has been dragged like a common felon to jail. No motive had been established which would induce the prisoner to stain her hands in the blood of the poor child. Wait, we already established the motive, dude. She hates her stepmother and is super jealous of the brother. A more unjust, a more improper, a more improbable case was never brought before any court of justice in any place. The quote ends. Constance herself had regained her composure for the hearing, calmly declaring that she'd never left her bedroom on the night of the murder and that she knew nothing of how her half-brother had died. Peter Edlin had gathered together a large group of witnesses to testify to Constance's good character, including the nursemaid Elizabeth Goff. You might have expected Elizabeth to feel somewhat relieved that somebody else was in the frame after she'd been falsely accused, but she was still prepared to stand up for Constance, declaring, "During the whole of the time that I have been in Mr. Kent's service, I have never heard Miss Constance say anything unkind towards the little boy that is dead." But of more significance to the outcome was the fact that Jack Witcher had failed to come up with anything else in way of hard evidence. Yes, it was suspicious that Constance Kent had previously adopted the outside toilet as her own secret hiding place, and it was worrying that one of her nightgowns had mysteriously gone missing immediately after the murder. Witcher had still hoped to track down a bloody nightgown during those vital 7 days, and was still unaware at this point that Superintendent John Foley's squad had already let such a garment slip through their fingers. But with lack of any other evidence to back up his suspicions, Witcher had been kind of banking on breaking the 16-year-old girl during interrogation and getting her to slip up or confess. But that was not to be. On July 27th, the magistrates ruled that there was not enough evidence to bring Constance Kent to trial, and she was released on £200 bail to guarantee her future cooperation should she be called upon again for future questioning. The killer of Frances Saville Kent would officially remain listed as person or persons unknown for quite some time. That didn't do much for the reputation of the country's greatest detective, or indeed Scotland Yard's new detective branch as a whole. Once viewed as the genius case cracker who could even be relied upon to put all the pieces together and solve the most fiendish of puzzles, Jack Witcher was now widely ridiculed as the incompetent detective who had falsely accused an innocent teenage girl of murder. And whilst the detective branch was once thought to be the home of a new breed of higher brains who'd always dig up the truth from seemingly unfathomable clues, they were now seen as human beings who could actually make mistakes. It's interesting to note that the word clueless first appeared in the dictionary just 2 years later, and this might have been inspired by typical descriptions of detectives like Jack Witcher, who clearly didn't know what they were meant to be doing. Witcher would only spend a few more quiet years at Scotland Yard before he took early retirement in 1864 after being diagnosed with... This is a real thing. Congestion of the brain. His legacy may appear to have been in ruins at the time of his retirement, but his story was far from over. After Jack Witcher had returned to London to spend the rest of his career on less taxing duties such as chasing rats down drain pipes, the case was briefly put back in the hands of the local constabulary. Really? Those guys? Really? As they were a little unsure of what they should do next, the police just shrugged and arrested the nursemaid, Elizabeth Goff, again in lieu of any better suggestions. She was swiftly released again when it was deduced that nothing had changed.
Just blame the woman. It's probably the woman.
Without logical reason. Yes. Well, maybe it wasn't the best idea to go back to the local constabulary, was it? Meanwhile, the Kent family did what they usually did whenever there was a spot of bother brewing at home. They moved house. I guess like stamp duty wasn't a thing back in the day. It's that tax you pay when you buy a new house or sell it. When you buy a new house, not when you sell a house, right? When you buy a house, you have to pay like a percentage. And I guess, or maybe it just wasn't for rich people. This time, they moved all the way to a nice new pad in Wrexham in North Wales, but it seems that Constance still wasn't entirely welcome at home, as she was packed off to a posh finishing school in Dinan, France for a couple of years. Jesus Christ. People in the past is like, no, be done with you, child. Go off to another country for 2 years. However, by 1864, 20-year-old Constance was back in England again, although the rest of her family stayed put in Wales, perhaps a sign that Samuel Kent had finally discovered how to go about your life without pissing off your neighbours every 5 minutes. Sam, you're rich, mate. Just buy an estate. Just go buy somewhere where there are no neighbours. Because it sounds like, if you move house and you don't like your neighbours, fine, maybe it's their problem. But if you move house like 5 times and you don't like all of your neighbours, maybe it's you, Sam. Maybe it's you. Constance trained as a nurse and boarded at an institution in Brighton called St Mary's Home for Female Penitents. Again, the past. Founded by the Reverend Arthur Wagner just a couple of years earlier, the original brief of the institution was to cater for, quote, the rehabilitation of prostitutes and unmarried mothers. Ah yes, prostitutes and unmarried mothers, the bane of society. They must be rehabilitated immediately. And as the place was run by Reverend Wagner and a bunch of nuns, the patients were no doubt gently guided into the teachings of Jesus, who would save the souls of these sinning sex workers and single mothers and reserve them a place in heaven. Brilliant. Constance settled into the place very nicely and helped out the nuns with their work. Her conduct was later described by Wagner as uniformly good. And it seems that Constance herself may have experienced some kind of deep religious awakening during the time she spent hanging round with the reverends and nuns, and she was suddenly overcome by the urge to confess her past sins. Oh my, Constance, are you going to admit to this murder? It's not like she was a sex worker or, perish the thought, an unmarried mother, but she had something that she very much wanted to get off of her chest. The murderer. Oh God, Constance, no. Don't confess your crimes. If you have some religious awakening, don't confess your crimes. Add that to the expanding list of rules for criminals. One report suggests that Constance was actually seeking to undergo confirmation, but Reverend Wagner had a few doubts about allowing her to push ahead with this, as he still had a few concerns about her past, prompting a series of interviews with Constance in which he attempted to ascertain if she was a suitable candidate for confirmation. But whatever the circumstances that led up to the startling moment, it was in 1864, 4 years after the murder of her half-brother, that Constance Kent revealed her darkest confession to Reverend Arthur Wagner. She had been responsible for the murder of Frances Saville Kent. I told you, I had suspicions about Constance, didn't I?
God damn it.
Confessions of a Nurse. On April the 25th, 1865. Wait, is Constance our woman in Australia who's 100 in like the 1950s? On April the 25th, 1865, a statement, handwritten by Constance Kent, was read out to a magistrate's court in Bow Street in London. I, Constance Mill Kent, alone and unaided on the night of the 29th of June, 1860, murdered at Road Hill House, Wiltshire, one Frances Saville Kent. Before the deed, none knew of my intention, nor after of my guilt. No one assisted me in my crime, nor in my evasion of discovery. Constance was accompanied in the magistrate's court by Reverend Arthur Wagner, who had convinced the now 21-year-old to confess to the crime so that she could be given the opportunity to finally atone for her sins. We're not sure how exactly these negotiations went. Perhaps she was initially a little resistant to the idea of potentially facing the hangman's noose, or perhaps she was quickly persuaded by the trusted Reverend to do the right thing under the watchful eye of our God Almighty. Look, don't. He's not really watching. He doesn't know. You think he's got eyes everywhere? You think he's even real? Well, it's worth noting that a period of around 18 months had elapsed between the original private confession and her arrival in London, and a lot of preparation seemed to have gone into all of this. Whilst the statement was composed in Constance's handwriting, it seems likely that she had considerable legal help in putting together such a formally worded document, and it wasn't just something she quickly knocked together herself en route in the carriage. During her appearance at the magistrate's court, Constance Kent revealed her version of exactly what had happened on that night. I mean, the fact that we're only about a little over halfway through today's video implies to me that there's something else going on here, because otherwise it would just be like, and that's the end of the story. Also, what about our centenarian Australia? It was clear that she had planned the murder for at least a little while beforehand, as she had stolen one of her father's razors, which she had kept hidden in her bedroom for several days. On the night of the 29th of June, 1860, she waited until everyone else in Road Hill House had fallen asleep and tiptoed into the nursery. She wrapped Francis in a blanket and took him downstairs, where she climbed out of the drawing room window and made her way to the outside toilet with a candle in the slip of her nightgown. Another chilling sign of the premeditation involved was the fact that Constance had also stolen a box of matches and stashed them somewhere in the outside toilet so that she could light her candle when she arrived with Francis in the hidden darkness of the outside toilet. She began to stab at the child's throat with a razor, but in her own words, she was feeling as if the blood would never come. So she then thrust the razor into the child's side and pushed him down the toilet. Jesus Christ. After climbing back alone through the drawing room window, she realised that she had a few spots of blood on her nightgown, which she attempted to wash out, but later discovered that the stains were still slightly visible. So, over the next few days, she moved the nightgown around various secret locations before she finally got an opportunity to burn it in her bedroom. That's going to be smelly. Inside. According to Constance, this bloodied nightgown never made it into a laundry basket, so the incident with the housemaid Sarah Cox doesn't appear to be connected to the nightgown's disappearance, and it was not the same garment that she wore on that night. But whilst the hiding place was never revealed, it does sound as if Superintendent John Foley's team did indeed stumble across the original bloodied nightgown, but subsequently lost it after Constance returned to move it to another secret location. This crucial evidence was destroyed long before Inspector Jack Witcher even arrived on the scene. Yeah, poor Jack. I feel like Jack's getting short shrift in he got short shrift from the public on this. He seems quite smart and good. His brain wasn't congested at all, in my opinion. When the nursemaid, Elizabeth Goff, had first been arrested on
Approaching
suspicion
Stargate.
of murder, Constance claimed that she'd already made up her mind to immediately confess if Elizabeth was wrongly convicted. And she also reckoned that she'd decided to take her own life if she herself was convicted of murder. Constance Kent emphasised that she had acted entirely alone, but what she never really
Autopilot
revealed
jumping.
is why she did it. Oh my god, I'm just putting together the fact that this was the 1850s or 1860s. The reason she's in Australia is they wanted to not give her the death penalty and they exiled her. They sent her to Australia with all the convicts. That's what she did.
Walking to
She,
Stargate.
she was a nurse,
Warp
right?
drive
Yes! Oh my! They sent her to Australia! Oh, I get it. Everyone at home is probably like, oh, Simon, we figured this out like 7 pages ago. But I get it now. We could have figured this out way earlier.
Approaching
As soon as we found she was
Stargate.
training as a nurse, that's when I should have realised this. Maybe some of you at home did. Constance Kent emphasised that she had acted entirely alone, but what she never really revealed is why she did it. Well, she was jealous and didn't like her stepmom, no? And whilst it's generally believed that she committed the act out of jealousy or revenge, she did make a point of stressing that it was for neither of those reasons.
Autopilot
She told the
jumping.
magistrates court that she bore no hatred to any other member of the Kent family, particularly not her little half-brother, and that her father and stepmother had shown nothing but the utmost kindness towards her. The only clue we got from Constance regarding what
Walking to
possessed her to
Stargate.
carry out such an atrocious
Warp
act
drive active.
is that she had fallen under the influence of the devil, a character who has historically proved quite difficult to prosecute. Reverend Arthur Wagner also spoke at the magistrate's hearing, although he seemed more interested in calling the shots over what he wasn't prepared to say. In a statement prepared beforehand, Reverend Wagner declared, "All the communication which I have had with Miss Kent has been of the most strictly confidential kind and under the seal of confession. I shall therefore feel it is my duty as a clergyman of the church to decline answering any questions which may have any tendency to criminate Miss Kent or to divulge anything
Approaching
which has been
Stargate.
communicated to me under the seal of secrecy at confession." The magistrate's chairman gently reminded the Reverend that he had just sworn an oath before God to divulge the whole truth in the inquiry, but Reverend Wagner was having none of this, claiming that his duty to God
Hava
forbade him
Naga.
from breaching the seal of sacramental confession.
Two gay
Yeah, I mean,
camps.
this is a complicated issue, but I generally feel like if someone's not in immediate danger, this shouldn't be broken. Like, if you confess your crimes to
Approaching Stargate.
like a lawyer or a priest or a doctor for whatever reason, and you have that expectation of privacy and secrecy, then I don't think it should be broken unless it's like, oh, I'm going to go out this afternoon and murder Peter. In that case, it'd be like, yo, police, he just said he's going to murder Peter. I'm not going to tell you anything else, but go check on Peter, okay? Maybe check on Peter. Make sure Peter's safe. I found it a bit
Autopilot
weird
disabled.
that shortly after, Wagner announced he would decline answering any questions which may have a tendency to criminate Constance Kent. He revealed that Constance Kent had confessed to him that she had murdered Francis Saville Kent, which I would have considered a fair bit incriminating. But this also brings us to the thorny and quite muddled issue of the clergy penitent privilege, in which a member of the clergy of some religious faith has the supposed legal right to refuse to divulge any evidence in court which was disclosed to them during a confidential confession shared only between the clergy, the penitents, and the higher authority of God. Yeah, I think this is the weakest one. I think the lawyer and the doctor one is much more important because, you know, you need to have a good defense from your lawyer. Everyone's entitled to a good defense. And, like, if you've got a health issue that is somehow related to crimes that you've done, you are entitled to have your health issues fixed. And for that reason, there needs to be privilege with the doctor. Many jurisdictions around the world have their own take on this. Every state in the US recognizes in some form that at least certain discussions between the clergy and church members are protected by privileged communication laws, with Florida taking it to the extreme by regarding a pastor's confessional privilege as an absolute right. The Vatican recently reiterated their view that no Catholic priest should ever be forced to reveal what they learned in confession by any government or law, although countries such as Ireland and Australia are directly challenging this on the grounds that the clergy penitent privilege could potentially be used to cover up cases of child abuse. In the Catholic Church? What? Meanwhile, here in England, the law has always been about as clear as any random passage from the Book of Revelation. Several 19th century trials demonstrated conflicting views of the law, with some priests being found in contempt of court for refusing to divulge information given to them under the seal of confession, whilst in other cases the judges have actually refused to allow testimony from clergymen who were prepared to speak up. Even today, the status of the clergy penitent privilege in England is officially considered to be not absolutely determined, although it's generally believed that it probably doesn't apply in English law. You'd think we'd have sorted this out one way or the other by now, but the argument still rages over whether this is a matter of religious freedom in which individuals should be allowed to seek spiritual guidance and support from the clergy without fear of consequences, or whether this is a matter of priests having the option to protect criminals who may have committed the most vile of crimes. It's often suggested that this particular case was a watershed moment in defining that the clergy penitent privilege does not officially exist in England. That may seem a bit odd, as the unswerving Reverend Wagner was only very briefly reminded by the magistrate's chairman that he had taken an oath to tell the whole truth before the matter was quietly dropped. And it's not like it had any real bearing on the case either way, as Constance Kent intended to plead guilty and wasn't contesting anything said by the Reverend. It may have been an entirely different kettle of communion wafers if the Reverend was withholding information from a confession made by a defendant who was now pleading their innocence. But that wasn't the case here, and the Reverend's second-hand testimony may have been largely viewed as irrelevant, as the magistrates were getting all of the details straight from the horse's mouth. The importance of this case in relation to the law is more to do with the questions it later raised in the House of Parliament and the House of Lords by representatives who voiced growing public concern that Reverend Wagner had effectively been allowed to get away with refusing to give evidence. The response from both the Home Secretary John Gray and the Lord Chancellor Richard Bethell was that Reverend Wagner had no official confessional privilege under English law, and that sufficient evidence had already been provided in this case by Constance Kent. In fact, the Lord Chancellor suggested that an order for the contempt of court may have been made against Reverend Wagner, but nobody could be bothered to pursue it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, by doing that, they're not saying it's right either way. They're just kind of saying, we're not changing the law, and yeah, you're in contempt of court, but by not choosing to prosecute it, they get away with saying, like, you can go free, but not changing the precedent. Yet over 160 years later, we're still not entirely clear if the clergy penitent privilege exists in England, and much of it may boil down to the judge's discretion. So let that be a lesson to you, like, if you're thinking, oh god, I gotta confess to someone, don't do it to a priest. So if you're a religious English criminal who ideally wishes, Danny and I same page, to avoid a prison sentence if at all possible, it's probably not a good idea to go blabbing to Father Lovejoy. It's not as if he's going to tell you anything useful anyway, is it? Constance Kent was held in custody until her trial on July the 21st, 1865, presided over by Mr. Justice Wills. The trial itself was a short and snappy affair, lasting less than half an hour in total. Well, yeah, she's pleading guilty, right? The presence of Reverend Wagner was not required, as Constance had already entered a plea of guilty, and she herself did not speak during the brief proceedings. Constance Kent was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death by hanging. She's going to be sent to Australia, though, isn't she? We know this. The press reaction to the sentence was a little divided. Harper's Weekly magazine seemed to be of the opinion that Constance Kent deserved everything she got, as they gave their own blunt overview of what she did. With an iron will, an iron nerves, and an iron wrist, she lifted her own brother from the happy sleep of innocence and almost hacked his head off. I mean, she's guilty of a terrible, terrible crime, but she was also a child, or a teenager when it happened, right? I don't think we should be executing teenagers, or people who were teenagers when they did crimes, especially if they confessed to them later. However, other quarters of the press, and indeed the public, were lobbying for leniency, which might seem a tad surprising from the perspective of the modern world, in which a typical reaction to an appalling crime would run along the lines of the rope's too good for them. Yet in this case, there was a strong feeling that the penalty was a bit harsh, and that the young woman did not deserve to die for something she did at the age of just 16. Yeah, I feel like we'd have the same reaction today. I don't think people are more like the rope's too good for them today, are they? I feel like that was more the case in the past. Maybe that's just me. One person who, of course, had every right to feel vindicated after this turn of events was our good old friend, Detective Superintendent Jack Witcher, who it turns out hadn't been quite so clueless after all. What a surprise, The competent guy was competent. Witcher had taken his early retirement due to ill health just a year earlier, but he lived to see his suspect convicted of the crime that he was utterly convinced she committed, and he may well have felt compelled to blow fresh raspberries at all those wretched plague sores who had ever dared doubt his great intellect and judgment. Although Witcher himself would only live until the year 1881, his legacy would live on far longer in the shape of the modern fictional British detective that unwittingly he helped to create. Edgar Allan Poe's 1841 short story Murders in Rue Morgue is widely regarded as the first modern detective story, but the 1868 novel The Moonstone, written by Wilkie Collins just 3 years after the conviction of Constance Kent, is widely regarded as one of the most influential modern detective novels, which practically became a template for the whole genre. Long before the creation of the world's most famous literary detectives such as Sherlock Holmes, Miss Marple, and the Hardy Boys, Wilkie Collins introduced us to the character of Detective Sergeant Cuff, who is entirely based on Detective Inspector Jack Witcher. In fact, The Moonstone borrows heavily from the case of Constance Kent in general, featuring a crime committed in an English country house, a botched initial investigation by blundering local constabulary, a missing piece of incriminating nightwear, a false accusation made against the wrong suspect, and a clever detective called in from London to solve a closed house mystery in which anyone in the building could be guilty, even one of the posh folk. It was essentially the first
Even one of the
whodunit
posh
novel which
folk,
laid
never.
down many of the tropes that would frequently resurface in modern detective novels over the next 150 years, and it was heavily inspired by the real-life murder mystery at Road Hill House and the real-life detective who solved the puzzle. Isn't that nice? It wasn't just Willie Collins who drew inspiration from the idea of a slightly crumbled, lower-class outsider detective summoned from far away to barge into a cozy setting, sift through the clues, expose red herrings, and get to the bottom of a bewildering mystery. Jack Witcher pretty much became the blueprint for the modern detective, inspiring the creation of Charles Dickens's Inspector Bucket, Colin Dexter's Inspector Morse, R.D. Wingfield's Jack Frost, and countless others. But probably not Sherlock Holmes, on account of Jack Witcher not wearing a deerstalker's hat or frequently injecting himself with cocaine. Yeah, he didn't have those two awesome things. Now, that's all very well, but there were still some who believed that the suspicions of Mr. Witcher may not have been entirely correct, and that a young innocent woman had been sentenced to death on the strength of a false confession. There'd always been a little doubt over why Constance took a total of 5 years to bring a confession to court, amid speculation that she might have been covering up for the real killer. There were also concerns that some parts of her confession may not have entirely added up. Constance had claimed that the only weapon she'd used on the victim was a razor, and yet Francis had been found with knife wounds on his chest and hands. Oh, I assumed that they were just mistaken about that. Okay. While she claimed that she had later stabbed Francis in the chest with the razor after believing that the blood would never come from slitting his throat, a strange observation to make when the victim's neck had been cut so badly that he was almost decapitated, I'd imagine it's quite difficult to actually stab somebody with a razor. So, was there another weapon involved? And why did she not reveal this? Was the knife used by somebody else? Constance claimed that her nightgown had merely a few spots of blood on it when she returned to the house, but again, bearing in mind the horrifying severity of her half-brother's wounds, you would probably have expected her nightgown to be absolutely drenched in the stuff. And how did a 16-year-old girl manage to burn the nightgown in her bedroom without anybody noticing a fire? Yeah, burning even like a piece of paper inside is going to be real smelly. I come to think of it, what did she do with the razor and the candle and the box of matches? You might assume that she'd have stashed those in the same secret hiding place where she hid everything else, but nothing of this nature was ever found. While some parts of the confession do seem to raise at least one or two questions, we equally have to ponder why Constance Kent would have chosen to face death by hanging to cover for somebody else's crime, and who else could possibly have been the real killer. Local village gossip still seemed to suggest that the nursemaid, Elizabeth Goff, was responsible, and there were still some mutterings that the shoemaker, William Nutt, only knew where to find the body because he was the one who put it there, perhaps as an act of revenge against Samuel Kent for prosecuting William's younger brother over apple scrumping. That seems to me like a bit of a disproportionate response. Yeah, no. Is that you prosecuted my brother, so I murdered your child? But there are psychos. People are psychos, don't forget. In fact, they're both pretty absurd suggestions with absolutely zero evidence to support them, and I'd think it unlikely that Constance would have been willing to sacrifice her own young life to protect the nursemaid or the local shoemaker who murdered her half-brother. Yeah, it seems very unlikely. I think she did this. I just think that she confessed later because she became religious. Perhaps she'd be more inclined to sacrifice her life for a member of her own family. Even after Constance had confessed, Charles Dickens revealed that he believed Samuel Kent had something to do with it. There were even rumours that Samuel may have had a bit of form in murdering his own family, and that he'd been slowly poisoning his first wife, Mary Ann, to leave him free to get jiggy with the governess, Mary Pratt. When the poisoning eventually led to Mary Ann's death from obstruction of the bowel, Samuel continued to perpetrate the myth that his late wife had gone insane. It's not clear why he would have felt the need to murder his 3-year-old son, although theories continue to pursue the ideas of him having an affair with Elizabeth Goff, which Francis observed for himself after wandering into her bedroom at a bad moment. I don't know why everyone keeps picking up on the nursemaid, but Charles Dickens felt that this scenario was the most likely for some reason. A couple of other slightly suspicious... Really, Charles? I think the most likely thing is that the woman it's the woman who confessed. A couple of other slightly suspicious points relate to the behaviour of Samuel Kent after it became clear that his son was missing from the nursery. He took off in the carriage to alert Superintendent John Foley at the police station in the town of Trowbridge, but this wasn't the nearest police station to Road Hill House. It seems like an odd decision to take the longer scenic route when you're reporting a missing child, and this may have been a perfect opportunity to dispose of a certain bit of incriminating evidence, such as the knife. But there wasn't a great deal of difference in the distance between police stations, and Samuel Kent may have had previous dealings with Foley, which led him to conclude that Foley is the chap to trust in an emergency. Another curious point is that Samuel told the police that the missing Frances was definitely wrapped in a blanket, a fact which wasn't known until the later grim discovery in the outside toilet, and a fact which Elizabeth Goff had mistakenly contradicted when she originally recalled that the blanket was still on the bed in the nursery. Perhaps Samuel Kent knew more than he was letting on, or perhaps he was just making an assumption over the already confusing point of whether or not his son might have been wrapped in a blanket. But regardless of the assumptions of Charles Dickens, another suspect who is widely regarded as a more likely candidate is Constance's 15-year-old brother, William. It seems improbable that William would have acted alone, but the theory goes that he may have been the secret accomplice of Constance Kent, and his involvement was never discovered. I mean, yeah, also, maybe someone did it with her, but she still did it. The siblings shared a particularly close bond following the death of their mother, and it is often felt as if Constance and William were against the world as they raged against the injustice of a household now dominated by the former governess and her new children. Constance was clearly the older sister, whom William followed without question. As we know from earlier failed attempts to run away to the sea, Constance was seen as a bad influence who led the younger sibling astray.
You're always trying to run to the sea.
She was also fiercely protective of William. So could she have manipulated the weaker William into participating in the murder, but later did everything she could to keep her beloved brother out of trouble and out of the hangman's noose? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. In
her best-selling 2008 book, The Suspicions of Mr. Witcher, later adapted into a series of TV movies starring the brilliant Paddy Considine, the title character, the author Kate Summerscale puts forward the argument that William Kent may have been an accomplice. She speculates that Constance was trying to save William's inheritance as well as his life. At the time of her confession, 20-year-old William would have been just 1 year away from inheriting his share of his mother's considerable fortune, and a death sentence would have put the dampers on that just a little bit. It's possible that Constance also couldn't bear the thought of William's...
This is a good story, and I like how it's ending. It's fucking hilarious. But, well, not what happened, but how people responded to it over the last 100 years. I didn't know this whole story. Ashes of Creation, the good, the bad, and surprising. Yeah, I'm not doing Ashes of Creation, I don't think. I'm looking for Star Citizen. What ship to buy first? We're going to sort by view count. $470K views on that one, which is pretty good. I'm gonna watch this for just a minute. I'm gonna watch it, but I want the information now because I'm
What do you want?
gonna do my buy. I'm gonna buy Star Citizen here in like 3 hours.
Watching may have hangers that look like mine, putting me clearly in the oh god what have I done category of spending. For the vast majority of backers and some of you who may be watching, your first experience is through the medium of a starter ship. And it's through this starter ship that you'll experience your first...
It's weird because some of these are in high you know, resolutions or whatever it is. Like, what is this in? It's in 1080p 60, but it's weird. It's like stretching it super big, and I like that actually. Oh god, do not link. No, don't link. Stupid sheep. Oh yeah, the Empress band. Damn it.
mission. Witness your first grand sunset over Hurston. Now in a moment I'm going to take you guys through the starter ships, but before I do I want to preface the video by letting you guys know that this isn't going to be an in-depth guide of each and every one of the ships featured in the video. Instead, rather, it's a bird's eye view to give you an idea of whether or not the ship is good today. If you wanted a more in-depth look at any of these ships though, I already have a series of videos called Arctic Reviews where I take a look at these ships in much more detail. And I'm always posting more, so make sure you hit the subscribe button if you like this style of video and you want to see more. And second, I am completely aware that I am missing the Reliance series in this video. That's not because I forgot it, it's because CIG conspicuously removed it from the starter ships list. And so I elected to leave it out because new players can't currently select it as a starter package. If it does become available again though, I definitely will come back and talk about it. And finally, I've chosen to leave the Anvil Arrow out of this list because although it's classified as a starter by CIG, I think it's a terrible option for a new player because all it can do is combat. Although it can do combat extremely well, it's actually one of the best fighters in the game. It's still a terrible option though for anybody who wants to try anything else. So stay away from that if you want to try other features of Star Citizen. But anyway, let's finally move on to the meat of the video because I'm sure you guys are curious to find out which of the starter ships is actually still good today. Starting off with the least expensive ship on the list, the RSI Aurora MR comes in at $45 for a base Star Citizen package, and it's a classic ship that's been around since the beginning of Star Citizen's Kickstarter. This blocky little ship actually offers some pretty adequate protection with 2 size 1 shield generators, 2 coolers, and a single power plant, which is pretty standard for the class. It also has a couple of size 1 gimbaled guns with room for 2 additional size 1s for upgrading later on. Up top they also threw on a size 2 missile rack that comes stock with 2 size 1 missiles. This equates to just okay combat ability, with the option to make it a good deal better if you do upgrade it with those 2 additional weapon mounts. It also comes with a rear-loaded outboard cargo rack capable of holding up to 3 SCU, which unfortunately isn't currently usable unless used through trade terminals. Luckily, you'll still be able to do box missions and looting because it does have an interior where you can store items. And because you can access the interior, you're able to access the ship's local inventory, which is a new feature added in relatively recently, which is really good for you to be able to store minables or loot items as you go about the verse doing missions. And finally, when you're tired and ready to log off for the night, because it has a bed, you can log off on this ship and get back straight to where you were the next day because of that feature. So long as the bed logging feature isn't broken that day. The Aurora also happens to be one of the fastest starter ships in this entire lineup while in the black, topping out at an eye-watering 1212 meters a second. but this changes quite a lot in atmosphere, where it flies a bit more like a brick with stubby wings. So if you're planning on doing any acrobatic maneuvers or low flying, this might not be the ship for you. Ultimately though, the design is a bit divisive and isn't for everyone, but some might find its quirky design endearing. In some then, the Aurora is ancient and desperately needs some love from CIG, but it's still a perfectly serviceable entry starter today. And so if you own this ship, don't worry, you'll get a good use out of it. The next ship though, maybe not so much. The Consolidated Outlands Mustang Alpha goes for $45 on the website, meaning that the Mustang has always been the traditional alternative to the Aurora MR, offering a little less versatility with its lack of a
I like the
cabin
ships.
in exchange for a more maneuverable platform with bigger and faster accelerating engines. Despite this though, it's still a bit slower than the MR in space with a top speed of 1160 meters a second. Luckily, its smooth lines means that it's one of the fastest starter ships in atmosphere, making it a possible good choice for those of you interested in some cheap low flying opportunities or acrobatics. Like the Aurora, it also boasts 2 size 1 shields, 2 size 1 coolers, and a single generator, but slightly outguns the Aurora with its bespoke turret with 2 size 2 weapons with room on the wings for 2 additional size 1s down the line. And those weapons, coupled with its maneuverability, make it a better than average fighter for doing combat missions when you examine the other starters in this list. And for the cargo rack, it also has a slightly bigger area for cargo, holding up to 4 SCU. Unfortunately though, it too is currently not functional except through trade terminals. Like the Aurora though, its looks might not appeal to everyone. Personally, I actually like it, but few can argue with its absolutely unparalleled visibility from the cockpit, and that might be a selling point just by itself. Despite all of these positives though, of all the starters I'll discuss today, the Mustang is in my view currently the worst possible choice for a new player. Its lack of a cabin means that new players will miss out on the ability to access the ship's local inventory, where they could load up on loot and minables. It also means that loading boxes or any box missions whatsoever are just impossible. Laughable considering that the ship is classified as a light freight ship. The Mustang desperately needs some love from CIG, and I honestly feel bad for anyone who has to live with this ship. Luckily, the next ship in this lineup isn't anywhere near as bad. The Envil Pisces comes in at $60. It's a relatively newer entry in the lineup of starters, being introduced along with the Carrack 2 years ago. This boxy little ship has an amazing amount of internal space for its ship's size, and even offers 2 additional jump seats for some friends. It's basically like Star Citizen's own little Star Trek style shuttle. But when you get to the components of the ship, it's a little bit less stellar than the previous 2 options, offering only a single size 1 shield generator, but still offering 2 size 1 coolers and a single power plant. But it does come with 4 gimbaled size 1 weapons stock, making it a pretty okay little beginner ship out of the box for doing combat. But sadly, because of its single size 1 shield generator, I wouldn't recommend getting into any turning battles with this thing. It nearly matches the top speed of the Mustang in the black though at 1150 meters a second, but is a bit slower in atmosphere than the Mustang while being a little faster than the Aurora. On the interior, it doesn't have a bed, but it does actually have a ton of space in here, meaning that you have a lot of physical inventory space to place bodies or boxes or event items, meaning that you can do a big variety of different missions easily. And because it does have an accessible interior, you can also get access to the local inventory of the ship, which is...
This one's looking good to me. The Anvil Pisces. I haven't even looked at this on the list, but let's go back. It's boxy. Oh, yeah. Are you sitting? Yeah, you're up and ready. What's that sound? Oh, New World. Lightning crystals are generally worth it, but I won't get too many of those. I wouldn't mind stacking lightning crystals. Tender wolf line's going for 30 a piece. Yeah, I'll sell them. Yeah, absolutely. No, I don't want to use all this crap. I don't even want it in my inventory. It just clutters the fucking inventory. That's all it does. Acid tincture is good, but a blight tincture, yeah, actually, blight tincture is good. I need blight tincture and stuff. Maybe the potions will keep. I do value them. But all the rest of this crap. Look, I'm up 7,000 gold just selling everything. Ah, you fucking... Ah, god damn it. Fucking never move until you're suddenly ready and behind them, and then they just jerk left, jerk right, jerk left, jerk right. I've never understood it. It's terrible design. They like do it on purpose. So annoying. The Aurora MR, the Mustang Alpha, the C8X Pisces, the Cutter, the 1001, the Avenger Titan, the Sayulin, the Arrow Starter Pack, the Nomad. This one he's talking about is the Anvil Pisces. Okay, the Anvil Pisces was... package in stock. That's funny, yeah. When is it ever not going to be in stock? $275. Jesus Christ. Cutlass Black. Freelancer. Nomad. Arrow. Mustang. Avenger Titan. I think the Avenger Titan's best just because it's actually a higher value. Or I don't know, the Sayulin or the Pisces.
Really good for the current feature set of Star Citizen. If you are looking for doing things like hauling then and looting, this could be a better option than the MR. However, if you are looking to do some combat missions as well, the MR is probably still going to be a better choice. It's still also missing some gold standard features, but it doesn't really quite need as much love as other ships on the list. Honestly, I think it's a weird starter ship and it wouldn't be my first choice. But hey, if you're in love with this thing because of its looks, maybe because it reminds you of a Star Trek shuttle, knock yourself out.
The Anvil Pisces. So that's this one. Let's see. Where was the Pisces? Yeah, that is the Pisces, yeah. So the Pisces is $60. This website is laggy because it's probably been like attacked a lot. C8X Pisces, but the Anvil Pisces, and that's the one that he just showed, I think, yeah, right? Like, I think.
Is bad. The Anvil Pisces comes in at $60. It's a
C8X Pisces, yeah, it's the same ship. Yeah.
relatively newer entry in the lineup of starters, being introduced along with the Carrack 2 years ago. This boxy little ship has an amazing amount of internal space for its ship's size.
But
and
does
even
it
offers
have a
2 additional
bed?
jump seats for some friends. It's basically like Star Citizen's own little Star Trek style shuttle. But when you get to the components of the ship, it's a little bit less stellar than the previous 2 options, offering only a single size 1 shield generator, but still offering 2 size 1 coolers and a single power plant.
There's seats, but there's no bed. I want a bed. What starter ships have a bed? The Avenger Titan is a great starter with a bed. Yes, it costs $55. It's a much better ship in general. The Avenger Titan. Directly into the limit seat or via the cargo ramp, huh? Yeah, I think I'm going to buy this one that they're pushing, yeah.
Does come with 4 gimbaled size 1 weapons stock, making it a pretty okay little beginner ship out of the box for doing combat. But sadly, because of its single size 1 shield generator, I wouldn't recommend getting into any turning battles with this thing. It nearly matches the top speed of the Mustang in the black, though at 1150 meters a second, but is a bit slower in atmosphere than the Mustang while being a little faster than the Aurora. On the interior, it doesn't have a bed, but it does actually have a ton of space in here, meaning that you have a lot of physical inventory space to place
How much was
bodies
that?
or boxes or event items, meaning that you can do
Oh,
a
Amicus
big
Navy,
variety of
nice.
different missions easily. And because it does have an accessible interior, you can also get access to the local inventory of the ship, which is really good for the current feature
I made
set
one of
Star
those.
Citizen. If you are looking for doing things like hauling then and looting, this could be a better option than the MR. However, if you are looking to do some combat missions as well, the MR is probably still going to be a better choice. It's still also missing some gold standard features, but it doesn't really quite need as much love as other ships on the list. Honestly, I think it's a weird starter ship and it wouldn't be my first choice. But hey, if you're in love with this thing because of its looks, maybe because it reminds you of a Star Trek shuttle, knock yourself out. The next ship on the list though I find personally to be a great deal more attractive than the Pisces or even the Mustang or the Aurora. It's the Origin 100i for $65. And if you recall it being more expensive than that in the past, you're right. CIG actually stealthily lowered the price, making the 100i just a little bit better of a value proposition. Because if the MR is a Camry in the Star Citizen universe, the 100i is a BMW. It does basically what the MR can do, but better in almost every way. But while it might look really fast, it's actually strangely the slowest option on the list, topping out at 1 kilometer a second in the black. But don't let that top speed distract you, because while it's not the fastest ship on the list, it's one of the fastest accelerating ships and one of the most maneuverable ships on this entire list, in space and in atmosphere. And because of its unique air intake system, it's also one of the most fuel efficient ships on the list, able to produce its own fuel passively while traveling through atmosphere. In terms of components, like the Pisces, it has a single size 1 shield generator, 2 coolers, and a single power plant. But it also has 2 size 3 hardpoints coming stock with 2 size 2 gimbaled weapons, and that brings the 100i's damage potential over the MR and the Mustang. That means the 100i is pretty capable in a dogfight, but pilots should be careful not to get hit too much with its single size 1 shield. Like the MR though, the 100i does have an internal cabin with a bed. It also has an internally accessible storage bay capable of holding up to 2 SCU. This internal cabin of course means that you'll have access to its local inventory, making it a viable ship for looting and long-term trips out into the verse. Its price is also luckily a bit lower than it once was at $65, making it a lot more appealing than maybe it was before as an alternative to the MR. I personally feel it's the best looking ship in the bunch, and that might be enough for some of you. Being a relatively recent addition, it also doesn't need too much love from CIG, but it's still not the newest ship in the verse, and so it probably could still use some updating because it's a starter ship. Next we step up to the Aegis Avenger Titan for $70. Lovingly referred to as the Penguin, the Avenger Titan has traditionally been my personal recommendation for a starter ship. This comes down to it being able to do pretty much everything the previously reviewed ships can do, but better. It tops out at an average speed of around 1,113 meters a second in the black, making its top speed just in the middle of the pack, but it makes up for it in its speed and maneuverability in atmosphere thanks to its space plane-like design. For equipment, it has 2 size 1 shield generators, 2 size 1 coolers, and a single generator, so it's pretty average in that area. But it steps way ahead of the pack in terms of firepower with its size 4 nose mount and 2 size 3 wing mounts. Stock, it comes with gimbal. It hit too much with its single size 1 shield. Like the LMR though, the 100i does have an internal cabin with a bed. It also has an internally accessible storage bay capable of a single power plant. But it also has 2 size 3 hardpoints coming stock with 2 size 2 gimbaled weapons, and that brings the 100i's damage potential over the MR and the Mustang. That means the 100i is pretty capable in a dogfight, but pilots should be careful not to get hit too much with its single size 1 shield. Like the LMR though, the 100i does have an internal cabin with a bed. It also has an internally accessible storage bay capable of holding up to 2 SCU. This internal cabin of course means that you'll have access to its local inventory, making it a viable ship for looting and long-term trips out into the verse. Its price is also luckily a bit lower than it once was at $65, making it a lot more appealing than maybe it was before as an alternative to the MR. I personally feel it's the best looking ship in the bunch, and that might be enough for some of you. Being a relatively recent addition, it also doesn't need too much love from CIG, but it's still not the newest ship in the verse, and so it probably could still use some updating because it's a starter ship. Next we step up to the Aegis Avenger Titan for $70. Lovingly referred to as the Penguin, the Avenger Titan has traditionally been my personal recommendation for a starter ship. This comes down to it being able to do pretty much everything the previously reviewed ships can do, but better. It tops out at an average speed of around 1,113 meters a second in the black, making its top speed just in the middle of the pack, but it makes up for it in its speed and maneuverability in atmosphere thanks to its space plane-like design. For equipment, it has 2 size 1 shield generators, 2 size 1 coolers, and a single generator, so it's pretty average in that area. But it steps way ahead of the pack in terms of firepower with its size 4 nose mount and 2 size 3 wing mounts. Stock, it comes with gimbaled nose and wing mounts in size 3 and 2 respectively, but if you upgraded to fixed weapons, it can really pack a punch. It also has the ability to carry missiles, coming stock with 2 size 3 missile mounts, stock with 4 size 2 missiles. This makes the Avenger Titan easily the best fighter out of the entire pack I've talked about today. But the good doesn't stop there. It also has a bed and food storage, and comes with a cargo bay big enough to carry up to 8 SCU or a small ground vehicle like a Consolidated Outlands Hoverquad, Dragonfly, or Grey Cat buggy. Sadly, it's not big enough to carry a mining ROC, but with what it can carry, it's already pretty impressive for its size. Unfortunately,
this is it. This will be what I buy. The Aegis Avenger Titan. I'm excited. What's this? Mortal Sin is cheap. I like Mortal Sin. I think that's a good game. Might buy it on the first if it stays cheap.
though, the ship was recently raised in price as a starter from around $65 to $70, thanks to, in large part, its value. It just brings so much to the table over these other ships, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and while it's missing some gold standard features like accessible component hatches and inventory storage boxes, it still has an internal local inventory that can be accessed. Plus, of course, it has all that physical space where you can store physical items you may find out in the world for, say, events or bunkers, or even for stuff like looted bodies. All of these features mean that its relative age isn't that much of a factor. But like the other ships on this list, it could still use some love from CIG to bring it up to gold standard. And finally, we arrive at the last ship on the list, the Consolidated Outlands Nomad, Star Citizen's quote-unquote premium starter pack for $95. This ship is the most recent addition on the list and tops out not only in price but also in utility, so you do get a bit more for what you pay for. It's also not quite as slow as it looks, as in the black, it's one of the fastest ships that I've reviewed at 1,171 meters a second, allowing you to run from a fight if you need to. Unfortunately, it's a bit sluggish in atmosphere, which isn't helped by its relatively less stellar maneuverability. Where the Nomad truly starts to shine though, is its utility. It comes equipped with 3 size 1 shield generators, easily making it the most tanky ship out of all the ones here on the list. It's actually pretty rare for a ship this size, although it only comes with 2 size 1 coolers and a single power plant. On paper, it also has pretty decent armament, with 3 size 3 hardpoints coming stock with gimbaled size 2 weapons. It even has 2 size 4 bespoke missile launchers coming equipped with 8 size 2 missiles stock. One thing that's omitted from the specification sheet though is its poor capacitor performance, meaning that it can't fire for very long. Its maneuverability and massive profile also make it a bit of a nightmare to use in real combat. While it can do some basic missions pretty decently, don't expect to take this to any big event like a server-wide one for Xeno threats or Jumptown, God forbid, because you are probably going to die right away. Luckily, these shortcomings are made up for by its superior interior, complete with its own kitchenette, bed, bathroom, and personal storage, which will tie into future features when personal storage becomes more physicalized. This truly means that it can be used by players living out on the edge of space. Better yet, it also has a rear deployable cargo bed, capable of carrying up to 24 SCU, which is the most on this list. And it also is capable of carrying a Cyclone or Greycat ROC mining vehicle, making it the perfect companion if you're looking to do some intermediate ground mining. It's also fairly recent, which means that it's the closest of any of these ships to a gold standard. However, it's still lacking some of the more recent functional storage bins that we've been seeing in some of the more recent ships. This isn't important though because it also has a usable local inventory because you can step into the interior. The only problem with this ship, aside from its poor combat performance though, is the price. At $95, it's nearly as expensive as a Freelancer or Cuddy Black. That means that for just a little bit more, you could get a lot more value. And so personally, I think that this ship would be a bit better at a lower price point, and that's its only real true weakness. So in general then, through the tests I've discovered that quite a few of the options labeled as starters are a bit behind the curve for the latest version of Star Citizen's feature set. Most egregious of them being the Mustang, which as I said earlier, I pity the owners of. While I understand the importance of getting out Squadron 42, I really hope that CIG can retask some of the ship team to go back and gold standard some of these starters, mainly the entry-level Aurora and especially the Mustang. While these ships aren't sexy or glamorous, they are the ships that the vast majority of citizens have. So what I fear here is that because a lot of these ships are falling behind the curve, especially the Mustang, that it's going to leave a poor taste in the mouths of many a returning backer and new player. Starters are the medium through which players experience this incredible universe that CIG is creating, and so it's a shame that it's tarnished by such important ships that have been left behind. As far as recommendations go for today's starters, my personal recommendation for the best possible Star Citizen experience for the price is still going to be the Aegis Avenger Titan. Is it really a surprise to anybody? While the Avenger Titan might not have as many features as the more up-to-date Nomad or 100i, it makes up for it by its great balance of features. In either case though, the Avenger and the Aurora both offer a way for new players to dabble in just about everything that Star Citizen has to offer at a basic level with some confidence that the ship won't let them down. And isn't that all that we want out of our space steed? Guys, I've been Morphologist. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and if you did, you know what to do. Hope to see you next time.
Hey there guys, how's it going? Welcome back to another Star Citizen video, and today, my friends, is a very special day because it's Fury Day. That means the Fury has just come out, which is super exciting. The trailers, the screenshots, it all looks absolutely incredible, and I'm so excited to check it out. Now, most people right now are over at the expo taking a look at it, but I've already got it in my hangar, so we should be able to just retrieve it and take a look at it ourselves and put it in our little aircraft carrier. Because now, we've got the perfect little pocket carrier craft. It's going to be an amazing addition to almost every ship that can fit anything in it. It has like a remote hangar. I think it even fits in a Cutlass Black, although we'll have to test that at a later date. But I tried rendering it and it looked like it fit just. So I'm here, Daymar. We're gonna go and pick up the ship and it's gonna be amazing, and I'm extremely excited for this. I need to open all doors as well. There we go. Look at this. Oh my word. What a day. We got the perfect timing for daylight. It's gonna be absolutely stunning. All I need to do now is not freaking crash, and then we're gonna have a good day. So yeah, apparently it's a really freaking small aircraft, and it fits in that hangar above. So my plan here is to get a beautiful setup where we go out in the Carrack, we've got multiple Furies, and we also have a respawn in the Carrack. So if I die, basically I can respawn and just use another Fury. So I have now unlimited respawn / firepower, and it is going to be freaking delightful. Is this door? What is this door not open, by the way? I don't understand. From this side? Is it like one of those things in Star Citizen where you've got to be at a specific spot to open it? I'd just much rather use the ladder. Anyway, subdeck. Back in a moment, crew. There's no other crew, it's just me. I am desperate to set up a wonderful situation where I have a whole org, all with Furies on a Caterpillar or even something like this. Oh, that's a rock. My bad. And we have a situation where we just freaking like all swarm from the ship. If you don't know what this ship looks like, by the way, I mean, I guess you would have seen it in the thumbnail. Holy, hang on, that is just thumbnail territory right there. I've got to take these screen grabs while I can, guys. It's a beautiful game. I'm sorry. Right, let's see if we can retrieve it here. Obviously, it being such a small aircraft, you can pick it up at these smaller locations. I haven't been this excited for a new ship in quite some time. This ship looks absolutely insane. Right, so it should be here somewhere. Oh my word, they haven't turned it on yet. No. Why? It's not here yet. Why? Okay, this is awkward. Basically, check the email. It's 4 PM UTC, not GMT. Basically, I'm an hour out. I'm an hour early, which never happens, and maybe I should run my life. Let's see. Pounds, which is for me. Where are you? And here it is. So I've got quite a few. I've got 3. One of these is to give away. So make sure you subscribe, because I'm going to give it away in my next live stream. So make sure you subscribe so you don't miss it. But also, likes are not required, but they are appreciated. But let's take a first look at the Mirai Fury. The snub ship that everybody is calling. Not seen it? Which still take. It looks so cool from the window. Now, one of the cool. So weird seeing it in game. I've been working on this. Like, it looks so good. Like, look at the indentations. Oh, it's so good. And also, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like every compartment opens. I think in the video they said there's literally no other space for anything else in this ship. Which is just amazing. Look at all the components. Oh, so good. Looks amazing. Is there a button here as well? Nice. We got the 360 moving engines. Damn, that looks cool. Now, this looks awesome, but this is not the final form. No, right. Here we go.
This game is both good and bad that it's not out, and that it's not on EAC. I don't think well. Let's find out. Actually, I need to know if this game is on EAC. I will not buy it. Oh no, it's EAC. I don't want to buy this game. It's EAC. I'll wait 5 years. I can't believe you're on EAC. That's why I was so interested. It's on EAC. I caught it. At least I caught it before I wasted the money. Oh no. Yeah, three. Yeah, with the latest of it, with someone life, you're never there with us. So it's never but when next time let out with the kitchen, it's spoken. Thank you for me. So we like got joysticks and stuff. Yep, I'm on a ski. Let's find out. See this because of that stuttering. I not notice any performance for running a C and NPM. Oh no! Star Citizen is EAC. That's no good. That's no good. It's no good. It's too unpolished to deal with EAC problems. And while the game looks fucking amazing, it's it looks amazing, but it doesn't look that fun to play. I think the game that I'm seeking is just EVE. I think it's just EVE. I don't think it's Star Citizen. That sucks. That sucks. I was actually so excited and sinking my teeth into another fucking game. It's not Star Citizen. It's not. No, it's I want I guess like other games are I have to look at other games. I guess Space Engineers maybe. Maybe I'll try Space Engineers. What was that one I watched recently about Space Engineers? Yeah, it's getting started, right? Oh no! Don't transport cargo.
Hello guys, welcome to another Space video. What is the most valuable
Thank you,
resource?
Pro100
Is it
TV. I'd like to
cobalt,
sub to your channel.
platinum, uranium, space credits, offering to the clan? No, it's your time. We all have limited amount of it and can't get it back. However, there is a way to save plenty of time just by automating certain processes.
Thank you, Ollie43, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
You can save hours on transport.
Thank you, Morphologist. I'd like to sub to your channel.
That is possible and very easy to set. 2 stations, a cargo shuttle, and a script are the only elements we are going to need. Setting up the transport ship will take you less than 5 minutes. It can be any ship you want, provided it has enough thrust, connector, and remote control. When our workhorse is set, it is time to show it the way. After docking a base A, and then a base B, the AI will know precisely the way it needs to follow as it records waypoints during the pilot flight. Nothing stands in the way to record complex paths, for example from hangar to runway or through some tight passage. What is important, our drone will manage the thrust in an efficient way, saving energy and fuel. After setting the docking points, we will not have to worry either about loading a cargo nor refueling. The AI will take care about everything for us so we can focus on more important tasks. Using PAM, we can set up complex supply chains. Earth to the moon? No problem. Mars to the orbital space station? Sure. Asteroid belt to production complex? Why not? The possibilities are endless, and it's only up to your creativity. How are you going to take advantage of this smart solution? If you would like me to make a detailed guide on how to set up the entire system, please let me know in the comment section below.
I don't like getting this technical. I don't like Satisfactory. I don't like building stupid ass circuitry and stuff like that and building circuits and machines. I have the fucking intellect to do it. I don't like doing it. I don't like doing it. That's the problem. I don't like doing that stuff. Like, a lot of Star Citizen didn't appeal to me. I was like, God damn it, man. Like, some of it's not looking that fun to me. Like, I don't know. Like, like, it was good that the shooting stuff was there. I thought it was good. But then I was like, I don't know. This doesn't seem like that deep of a universe. Maybe I have luck other places. I don't know. Oh, I didn't sneak attack. It doesn't matter. I'm full health. Stay away from the other one.
Of the actual beam itself. The block has a lot of nice detail, including the bolts and this area with some nice beveled edges as well. But the actual top of the beam itself, as well as skirts and things for armoured vehicles. Coming over this side, more panels extending out. I don't know if this is representing like a folded out solar panel. That would be quite cool. Maybe some of these little panels that's
Hello guys, welcome to another space.
Yeah, don't transport cargo, so it'd be 60. WoW's Legends, Western Domination, the best mods for space engineers. How to set up automated cargo shuttle. I don't think Space Engineers is it. I played it. I know that game isn't that fun. It's fun if you're a nerd like this, like a technical-minded nerd that wants to, and I'm a nerd, but like I've never been a mechanic nerd. I'm not a mechanical nerd. I don't like mechanics. I understand all the, I could probably build a car if I needed to. I don't like doing it. That's the difference. It's about as appealing to me as like watching paint dry. It's like goddamn boring. Mechanics are boring in my opinion. So, like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just like, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a visually striking game. You know, I own No Man's Sky. Maybe I should just fire No Man's Sky up, I guess. Now, what's going on here? You took me to the entirely wrong thing. There we go. Go. I thought I started this game like 5 times now. Why won't you go in and start the game? Start the damn game. This sheep isn't gonna kill me, is he? He might. Fucking start. Yeah, start killing him. I might need 2 TPs. Oh god, what if he lamb chops and kills me? Please don't lamb chop. Sheep song. That's good. I'm okay. Yep, that was not gonna work. Little low. I gotta watch my health a little bit closer. Closer.
This game is like Minecraft, but with 10 times the detail. So today, I'm building a house in both. Now when you see the Minecraft house, you're gonna want to say something mean, but I only spent about 20 minutes making it. So it's kind of ugly, but that's okay. Don't be mean. Now to build it again and lay of the land. Step 1 is to construct a solid foundation, so I gathered some wood and stone and got to work. On to step 2, walls. The higher level of detail allows for some really fun possibilities with slopes and curves and even...
It's nice that the kids are getting more games.
Horse armor is overpowered in Rust.
It is. It's always been. It's always been. I used to use it and people clown me.
100 scrap. It can save you in a gunfight with ease. To buy one, spawn, you just have to run to one of the ranches that are scattered throughout the map and purchase it from the shopkeeper. And then all that's left to do is just throw it on a horse and then you're set. And you might be thinking that it just protects the horse, but this isn't the case. I mean, it does, but the best part is it will take any damage you receive and cut it in half. Meaning instead of 2 headshots from an AK, it will take 4. Combine that with the horse's speed and you have a huge advantage over any player in a gunfight. And by being on a horse, it also allows you to run away super easy too if you're loaded. Now imagine if your entire team had horses with armor, you would absolutely dominate the server. Like and follow because now you know that
no, you
horse
wouldn't.
armor is
You get wasted because you're sitting on a horse. It is you can't spin around like you can on the ground. So half the time you can't fire at your fucking targets. It's worthless. Or you would see it all the time. You know this. Your videos are lies. Why are you doing this? I didn't mean to scroll down. I meant to close it.
Rightful inheritance from...
See, some shorts annoy me. I just full-blown agree with the person. I'm like, no, you're wrong. No. Yeah, it's annoying. Some shorts, the format kind of annoys me. They act like they're this fucking expert, but then you're like, well, yeah, but if you were right, you would see it all the time. You're not right. The horse armor, first of all, you don't see horses a lot because horses fucking get caught on everything. They don't drive well. They run out of stam and they leave you very vulnerable. They like with the horse armor, it's too slow. It actually is like way too slow to go anywhere compared to even like almost running. And you can't spin around full 360. So that nerfs all like half of your shot range, which is quite bad, honestly. You can't fire behind you. You can't spin and fire behind you at all. Think about that riding on a horse. You can't shoot behind you on a horse. You can't spin and shoot behind you. You have to get off the horse. Then you're not. Then you don't have the biggest thing you were bragging about, which is the horse armor. And then so I'm like, no. You're totally wrong. And there's a reason you never see anybody on horses and horse armor and shit. Now horse armor works, and I've used it before. I definitely have. I've made it, used it, researched it, and used it, thrown it on horses in our staples, and used it to run fucking shit to the outposts. And that was the only video I ever would have made about fucking horse armor. Is I would have been like, yeah, if you have to go to the fucking outpost and it's close, and you have like a fucking gate that you can open that you can run a fucking horse out of, you can stock up the horse with horse armor in the courtyard, and you go out with your best gun and you go directly at the outpost at 11 p.m. at night. And you pray you don't hit trees, and you don't light the fucking light, and you go at night with the horse armor, and you're probably still gonna die. You're frankly still gonna probably fucking die on a real Rust server. If you're riding around on a fucking horse, they're just gonna spray. They're gonna light up a flashlight at you and spray you on the fucking horse, and oftentimes they're behind you because you just passed them, right? So you got to think about that. You can't turn around without getting off the horse. If you get off the horse, you're just as dumb as you were if you had walked. So it's like, and even then, so like I think of it as like the horse is exactly like a car. There's times and places when a car is appropriate, like when you want to go to the outpost with your 4 homies and you're all stacked and you want to recycle with all of the components and everything, and you exit from a garage that's connected to your fucking courtyard out of the fucking gate, and you go to the courtyard. You go to the outpost with your fucking homies, and you're in this like bulletproof car with the windows shut, and you can't be shot or anything, and yeah, you might get HV'd or something like that. It's possible, but it's unlikely. Maybe a hotel HVs at you. That happened to us one time. A fucking hotel HV'd us one time. It was so stupid. Fucking on the dime wipe. One of the weird things that happened that wipe, there were so many weird things that happened to dime wipe. I could talk about the dime wipe. There was the dime wipe, which was so stupid. There was this guy Dime who was obsessed with us, who just followed us around our quadrant wherever we went. From the K base start that Boom and Tay gave us, all the way to the fucking 5 bases that Dime built all around us. It was so fucking stupid. We kept fucking fighting him for days and days and days. We were just getting these stupid ass fucking roof fights with him. All he wanted to do was fucking roof camp us for the entire month of the wipe. He just wanted to roof camp our front door. It was so fucking stupid. Wherever we went, he would just build in front of us. We're like, dude, we're not in love with you. Leave us alone. The obsession is fucking stupid. But the piece of shit toxicity always reigns. Even in the first fucking year, it reigns worse. It was worse. And so then, like, the dime wipe itself was bad. He fucking raided all the way in, and we stopped him. They had looted the boxes, dumped it all on the floor, and they were leaving with the sulfur and the fucking AKs and the MP5s and shit. And we killed him. I killed him as he was leaving and shit. And they were like, what? He was screaming at the top of his lung. I started screaming at him, and I was like, Jesus Christ, leave us the fuck alone, dude. Nobody likes you. Leave us alone. Go play your wife. Stop being obsessive. It's because we had a girl. It was always because we had a girl. It was so stupid. When they find out you have a girl, they're like, oh my God, it's a female. Maybe she'll talk to me for the first time in my whole entire life. It's seriously like that. It was so stupid. Lucky got us in so much trouble with these fucking assholes. And I love her to death, but it wasn't her fault. It wasn't her fault. But you know, I would say the dime problem was because of her. I guarantee it. The minute that he knew it was a girl, it was over. And then there was Geo and Penny and Franklin, or what, Ben Franklin, whatever his fucking name. They were fucking racist piece of shit morons. They were using the N-word like every single fucking sentence. They were so stupid. And like, I liked Penny, but I thought he had potential, but he was still a racist asshole, and he was under the thumb of some 15-year-old fucking little Eichmann Nazi piece of shit. It was so stupid. So then my friends split off to another wipe, and they give us the K base, which was a full HQ'd out complete base done by Boom TM. And like we take this fucking K base. Boom's like, I'm quitting the wipe, you can just have it. And we're like, really? And he's like, yeah, the K base right outside your base, you can just have this. And he unlocks it for us and gives us a code and all this. He was clan, he always was clan, and he just gave us his base. And so Dime didn't know we had this K base suddenly out of nowhere. He never would have known, but he still harassed us all goddamn wipe, which was part of it. Then there was Penny and Geo, who had me come over for 2 or 3 days, right? And they had me chop trees with them with chainsaws. Penny and Geo and Ben Franklin, and they had me build a fucking quadrant wall that cut off at one whole quarter of the fucking map. Not just me, but there was like 5 of us. Geo was the builder, and Penny and I were the chainsaw potion people. And we built a fucking wall, and we evicted Dime. We told Dime, we were like, okay, so here's the deal. We have better friends than you, more people than you, a better clan, more skill, and more fucking experience on more games and shit. So here's the fucking deal. You're evicted. We're gonna give you a fucking chance here to leave your 5 bases that you built on our fucking lawn, or you can get walled in the next 8 minutes, right? And you can take your shit willingly and fucking step now, and we don't shoot you. And I promise you, on my heart and soul and my honor as a man, we don't shoot you. We want you to leave fucking peacefully, so you understand that you need to leave us the fuck alone. We don't like you, and we don't want you around us anymore, right? And he was like, shut the fuck up, dude. You talk too much, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you shut up. I just was screaming at him. This was long before I was a streamer. And so then, of course, exactly what the fuck I always tell them happens, including these federal and state cases that are coming for these shitheads who stalk me all the fucking time. Exactly what I said happened. 8 minutes later, they were evicted out of all 5 fucking bases. A fucking like 12-man clan just comes in, and him and his little butt buddy, as usual, get their shit pushed back. He's evicted from all 5 fucking bases instantly. Geo hands us the loot. He's like, all right, all 5 bases are open. These idiots are gone. All their beds are gone. Goodbye. Those guys were actually good. You know, they were like actually good. They were like an actual clan, unlike all the jackasses who plagued me. And like, and they show up and erase my worst problem that I'd ever had inside of like, I think it was like I don't know, it was like 45 minutes. They went through 5 bases or something like that, and they were like, yeah, he's gone. And we're like, what? And they were like, yeah, every bed is gone. He might have shit out on the fucking lawn so you can look, and he can spawn here, but he has nothing. There's nothing he can do. The bases are locked. Here's the codes and everything. He's like, here, and he gives us 5 more bases. So then we suddenly have the K base, our base, which was raided, all 5 of Dime's bases, and we've been walled in with like 4 fucking monuments completely to ourselves by Geo, who loves us to death because we help him chop the wood to do the wall to lock everybody the fuck else but us. And then we had a whole quarter of the map to us, the whole quarter of it. I have 4 monuments completely open on a 250 pop server. They were trying to fly in on mini helis, and we were just like setting up SAM sites everywhere and shit. They were so dumb. They kept trying to fly in on mini helis and shit like that. Or trying to climb the wall, or try to sap or burn the wall. So we were constantly like replacing the fucking wall for like 10 days. He was like, you have to help us maintain the wall. And I was like, yeah, we'll do this for you one time because it was so awesome. And we did. We maintained the wall the whole time. I had to get TCs on a quarter of a map. You understand how long that takes? It's like 4 fucking hours or something like that. To get TCs to do a quarter of the map, it takes like 4 hours. I'm not lying about what I'm saying here. And so that was like just part of the dime wipe. I met a girl there who was a friend of Komomo's. Her name was Momo Peach or something like that. And yeah, her name was Momo Peach, and they scared me. They showed up, and she had like 2 hooligans who were like totally thirsty men who were just following her around. And I came across and I like threw some fucking vibe at her or something where she was like, I really like you. It was weird. She was like, I really like you. You should be in our clan. And I was like, no, I have a 7-man clan. I'm terribly sorry. I'm like co-running a 7-man clan. I can't leave. And she was like, well, do you want us? And I was like, well, yeah, but the limit's 8. And she was like, yeah. And it's always like that, too. It was so stupid. So, and she was like, well, I want that satchel on your fucking, I remember the first thing she said is she was like, I want that satchel on your fucking, on your hip. And she walked up to me as I looted, and she was like, you have a satchel. And I ran to the farm, or whatever it was, the barn. And she was like, I want that satchel from you. And I was like, no. And she was like, well, but I need that satchel. And I was like, well, I don't need the satchel. We have it, but I'm not going to give it to you as opposed to my clan. And she was like, well, you should give me the satchel. And I was like, well, okay. And she was like, I can sick my droogies on you or some such thing. She said something like that. She's like, I can sick my droogies on you. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. I'm not afraid of you. You know? And they're like, wow. And she's like, wow, I actually really like you. And she's like, you think you can 3v1? And I was like, no, I don't think I can 3v1, but I'm definitely going to chuck this fucking satchel at you before you try. I remember what I said. I was like, I'm going to chuck the satchel at you before you try, and it'll be immaterial then. I was like, the minute I get out of safety, if you try and 3-bang me, I'm just going to chuck the fucking satchel. She's like, I like you, Cat. And I was like, yeah, I like you too, Momo Peach, or whatever the fuck her name was. That was weird. So then I gave her the satchel, and they came back, and I forget what they did for us. I forget what they even did, but they came back and they did something for us, which was insane. I don't remember what it was. I don't even remember what it was now, but it stands out. If Lucky and younger kids with better memories were here, they could relate the story. But that was just another thing that happened. It was Momo Peach came through my life. I came to find out later she was 100K. She was 100K Rust streamer. She has like 100K. She's like 100K Rust streamer. And that was really weird. She was like, I really like you. And I was like, weird, okay, weird. So, but yeah, and that was weird. Now I remember why she stood out, is she was a 100K Rust Reaver, but I didn't find out later till I heard her voice on a Komomo video. And I was like, what the fuck? I've heard this girl before. I know this girl. I met this girl. I hung out with her for like 20 minutes one day at the barn while her fucking friends wouldn't let me leave because I had a satchel and shit. I go and look at her, and sure enough, she's a 100K fucking streamer named Momo Peach or something like that. I forget. And she's not active anymore, but she was at the time. She's, while Rust was popular. And like that story, that the dime wipe, way back since the fucking dime wipe, I've been looking for something to like that's visual that keeps me entertained. Rust is usually pretty good like that. You can look out the fucking window and it's this beautiful fucking sunrise or sunset most of the time. It's a beautiful game like this game. This game's beautiful like that too. I want a game like that. Star Citizen appealed to me from the visual thing. But I'm sorry, I'm not paying $100 to play an EAC game when I could just not pay $100 and not play an EAC game. Because EAC locks me out of New World. That's not gonna fucking work. That's not working for me. That's not gonna fucking happen for me. That's not gonna work for me, at all. That's not gonna work. So, anyways, I gotta buy a weapon. I think I'm gonna buy a spear. No, I don't want to do a spear. I want to play fire, I guess. So we're gonna do a magical weapon of a fire stave in the highest eye level that I can use and afford, which is 700 at 5K. I'm not paying that much, but I'll take this one at 699 at 500. Yep. Okay, now we got a new weapon. We're going to new weapon because we capped out flail. This flail was nice. It served its fucking purpose, but I'm subbing it out. Nice flail, but I already have something way, way, way fucking better. We'll go fire staff, life staff. I'll go outside and hit the first mob I see, essentially, or whatever, because I've got to do some skill up stuff. Or no, I have to dump into the box now because I've sold everything. Ooh, honey. This life staff, I need a better life staff. Yeah. What's the cheapest life staff you got? $6.99 for 700. I mean, it fucking sucks. The staff sucks. It has decks on. Why does this have decks on it? That's fucking worthless. No wonder he's selling it so cheap. Fucking $6.96. I mean, at least it has 3 things. The blue doesn't even have 3 things, does it? No, I mean, it has 2 things. I want 3 things. Damn it, these are all so exorbitantly expensive. I don't want to spend this much money. There, life stealing. Actually, I mean, no, but it's got decks on it. Why the fuck would I buy a deck staff? That staff looks cool, but it's expensive. This staff is good, but it doesn't have enough stats on it. That staff has enough stats on it and it's cheap. But it's got focus. Yeah, there we go. That's good. $6.96, that's fine. That leaves me room for upgrades to fall. But it still is so fucking cheap. It's so cheap for what it actually does for your damage. Oops, no, wait. Gotta go. Oops, no, wait. Yep, buying the item. The original staff itself looks like that. You know, it's weird. I think the skin for the staff is actually less like bright than the default glow is. Like, I want to do a staff skin of the harmonic restoration, and like I'm fairly sure. Oh, look, that fire staff is awesome looking. Oh, look, the fire staff looks fucking dope. Look at it. It looks so cool. I want to get flamethrower and then the mobility ones and the ranged one. And I'm going to do that. I'm just going to burn things. I'm going to sit there and burn things. Burn, you know. What's the life staff look like? No, it looks good, but it doesn't look as good as the other glow. No, it is the same glow. It's the same glow. This staff is good. And this staff is fucking dope. This staff is dope. It's like a torch. It looks so cool. Look how that's like the best glowing weapon skin I've ever seen in MMO hood, pretty much. This I love my burning grapes. I'm so glad I bought this staff. This staff is so dope. I love this staff. I want to keep the skin somehow if I can. Let's go get, like, fire staff skill, because who cares what I do? It's new world. There's no rush. Like, now that I've hit the cap, I don't have to feel lazy anymore. I can just do whatever the fuck I want to do. Like, go level fire staff. Who the fuck cares? Brimstone's not going anywhere. Elysian is not going anywhere. New world is not going anywhere. And I'm not going to fucking Star Citizen. So now I'm going to re-up to new world and re-up my focus. Now I'm looking for something better, that's, like, graphically better, that are running the fucking background, that isn't EAC, that's maybe space defined. I don't know. Maybe I should try Starfield again, because Starfield does look good. You know, it genuinely does. I just don't like the space combat. I don't really like the ground combat. I don't want to do any of that. I want to be a hauler that just flies around to the 1,000 planets or whatever, you know? Gotta find mobs, and I'm not seeming to have trouble with that. There we go. Look, this staff already does so much damage, even with no skill. Where are you going, damn it? Give me the gator. Wait, that might be a bad idea. Yeah, alright. Hey. I'll get the skill up anyways. Oh, how is my character? Yeah, I am mostly dead, which is scary. The Tinkerer cast stone, but I killed him. And he got me low, but he didn't kill me. Oh my god. Tinkerer. Thank god I killed him. Thank god I didn't die. If the Tinkerer was... Is the Tinkerer going to spawn on me right now? I think it is. I think I'm at the Goblin Fire. And I need to just die in New World right now and worry about this. Yeah, I'm not... I can't get popped by a Goblin right now. I'll get wasted. Yeah, that's okay. You can kill me. It's alright. Ah! Maybe I'll live. Ah! Heal. Oh, I can't do anything. Oh no, there's 2 of them now. What do I do? I just run, I guess. You're so annoying. Ah! 2 gators. Ah, so annoying. Alright, you. Fire. Ah, you're so annoying. I can't do enough damage to kill you with no skill. You're so annoying. Ah. Ah. 95 gold for something. Ah. Damn it. Come on, man. Ah. You're so annoying. Huh. Why 2 of them? You're so stupid. It's an alligator. Why would 2 of them even be next to each other? You're so stupid. Ah. And it would never be like they do mortal battle with me either. It's like, ah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Ah, I gotta keep killing him. Keep killing him. He's low. He's low. He's so low. Get the last hit. He's so low. Get the last hit. I need one of them off me. There. Ah, you're so annoying. I got 4 points for that for some reason. Oh, no. Ouch. Beacon. Heal. Nope. Oh, you fucking dick. Fine. Oh, my God. You're so annoying. Stop knocking me around. Ah, why did I stop with 2 gators? They're like the most annoying mobs in the game. Go. You tail whipped me, you bastard. Ouch. Oh, you're so annoying. Heal. I gotta heal. You're dead now, gator. Oh my god, you're so annoying. Stop knocking me around. Ouch. Oh no, you're getting me low. Oh no. What do I do? Heal. Heal. Ah. Oh. Throw a beacon. Ah. Go. Fire. Kill the stupid gator. Full charge. Ah. Go. Full charge. Full. Ah, you're so annoying. You constantly knock me around. I can't do anything. Let me fight. You're so annoying. Block. Oh, I can block with the fire staff? That's funny. Why would you block with the fire staff? That's like taking a hit for no reason. Oh my god, what are you doing? You're disconnecting me. Did you take my win from me? You let this gator kill me right at the end. What are you doing? No. You're DCing. No. No, why am I DCing? No. You're so annoying. Why am I DCing right now? No. Damn it. No. You're so annoying. You're not DC right now. You're not. You're like having some problem. My connection's not spotty. I seem to be fine, I think. Should I pull right now? Probably not. I'll probably die. I am gonna log. Save things. If in doubt, just log. Yeah, you seem to be doing fine on this. Damn it, man. I was just about to kill that gator. After a long, drawn-out 3-minute fucking battle or something. What? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's been fine. Yeah, I've actually really liked it. Yeah. Try again. You crashed out. It happens. It's fine. Had some kind of... I think it was me. I think I had a network hiccup or something. Yeah, just, you're fine. I think. Yeah, you should be good. That's alright. Alright, go back in. I think we're, crisis averted. I don't want to lose a hardcore character over this, but I don't really want to lose any time either. So... I'm gonna go find me a sheep to murder. Oh, I stayed up late today. That's alright. I'm just gonna start flipping my schedule tomorrow. Damn, I was hoping to escape into Star Citizen. I didn't know it was EAC. Fucking stupid, worthless EAC. I like... Icarus, kind of. But I don't know. It's so slow. And there's so much travel. And you can't really auto-run it. I could play Starfield, I guess. Which is more in line with me than... I suppose No Man's Sky is. No Man's Sky is actually set up to be like a space game. What is the biggest ship in No Man's Sky? If I can get ship RP in No Man's Sky, maybe it's No Man's Sky. How to get the new S-Class Dreadnought fast
video,
and
and
easy.
today I'm gonna show you how to get one of these amazing brand new Dreadnoughts. Yes, technically they were added back in the Echoes update, but now you can finally make them yours in Omega, and I'm gonna show you how to get one super easily with the absolute maximum rank. Plus, in my opinion, they look absolutely stunning. They are also slightly larger than some of the largest freighters out there. Plus, you can fully customize them right off the bat, just like in the case of any other freighter. So let's get started with how I did this. There are a couple of methods that you can use. One of which is to search for pirate systems. If you don't know how they look like, essentially just look around until you see one of these, of course, systems with a pirate symbol next to its conflict level. You will need a conflict scanner for that, and you will see the same Dreadnought encounter spawning again. And this is essentially what you're going to want to do on repeat until you get the appropriate max rank. You're going to go in, defeat the encounter, go inside, scan to see if it's a max rank or not. If it is, go ahead and buy it. If not, just exit without ever visiting the captain. Get outside of the system to a closer one, and then just warp back in, and you're going to see the encounter spawning again. I've literally done this with the same system like 20 plus times, and I did get a few A classes during that time, but eventually I did also get, of course, a max rank, an imperfect one, but obviously all not that definitely optimization. You can go ahead and honestly change the try to attack you right away, completely friendly. All the turrets are back, and now you can admire it in its full on glory. Now this thing looks, of course, absolutely stunning. It still has the same spots as the regular Dreadnought, so you can go through those shield generator areas. You can, of course, go through all of the other accessible locations and like fly by it. It definitely looks massive, and in my opinion, I think it's slightly larger than some of the largest that I've seen thus far in, of course, the regular gameplay. Now I did try to cause this to also enter combat. It does, but it doesn't seem fleet with regular other fights, maybe against sentinels. It should probably work, and it should have the same cannons dealing quite nice bit amount of damage.
You can't enter it. What was that other one? It was like X4 or something like that. Maybe it's just buy X4 or whatever. X4 Foundations Review. The best spacing sim you've never heard of.
All goods are available in every sector. Transport ships are needed to move stuff from where it is available to where it needs to go. Now if you factor in things like piracy and warfare between factions, you've got yourself a pretty interesting economic situation. In order to actually move between sectors, a so-called jump gate or accelerator has to be used. But they both work the same way, so I'll just be referring to both as jump gates. Jump gates work in pairs, and the pairings are fixed throughout the game, which means that the arrangement of sectors in the galaxy is also fixed. I think if you look at the footage I'm showing on screen of the in-game map, it should be pretty clear what I mean. This limitation of how you travel means that jump gates are some of the most important, like drone. So if you micromanagement, X4 Foundations is not just an empire builder, it also allows you to fly spaceships yourself. These spaceships come in 4 different sizes: small, medium, large, and extra large. Now you might be, rightfully, asking yourself just how large is large and extra large? Let's try to find out by looking at some boron ships. As you can see in this video, the size differences are staggering. I was already damn impressed when I saw a large ship for the first time, but when I saw the XL ship next to it, fuck me, that thing is massive. I found that quite impressive, especially because I absolutely love just standing on my ship and feeling so ridiculously tiny in comparison. But size isn't everything, it's how you use it, which is why different factions have their own ship platforms, each associated with a different type of role. These roles cover the usual suspects like trading ships, miners, or destroyers. What makes the ship so interesting though is that different factions have different specialties essentially. So for example, the Boron heavy fighter Barracuda has 1 engine, 3 small weapons, and 3 shield generators, while the but reputations between factions, with notable exceptions being any Xenon or Ka'ak ships. But we all know, spaceships without guns aren't a whole lot of fun. So let's discuss weapons now. There's a lot of choice for weapons, from being up close with the enemy, to sniping from afar, to things in between. There's even special weapons that can, for example, slow down enemies when hit. Given all of this choice, you'll probably find something you'll enjoy. The game also distinguishes between weapons and turrets, with the latter aiming and firing on their own. So if you prefer, you can also fly gunboats, which have tons of turrets, forcing you to focus more on piloting and... Shit! That's the 35th floor. This is how the snowballing starts. But right around this time, that's also when the so-called
Let's watch this whole video, I guess. Thank you, Carbon Cola. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
X4 Foundations is one of the most unique video games out there, with basically no competitors. On the other hand, the game is only sitting at mostly positive reviews on Steam, and there isn't even that many reviews to begin with. This is especially strange considering the game series is almost 25 years old, and a lot of players spend literally hundreds or thousands of hours playing it. I am one of those players. I've spent many weekends and way too many work nights making myself sleep deprived.
I've got 3
with
points.
X4 Foundation.
So, Pillar Fire, Meteor Shower, Fire something, Fireball, Flame Staff, Flame Nova, and Burnout. Yep, Burnout, and I think... Yeah, and this is the other one that I like, but I don't like the other one, so I'm going to get 2 of my abilities right now, which is... Okay, Burner Smolder, this thing, and that thing. Yep. And I want you to be the burn. I want you to be... Oops. I want you to be the AoE. And finally, we'll buy one of these four. I don't know. Maybe I'll try... Well, I don't want to be close with the flamethrower. I don't think I want to do the flamethrower because you can't really... Well, I mean, I can. I can sit there and burn them with flamethrower, I guess. Yeah. So, I guess I don't really... Well, I mean, burnout through the passing through target will smolder. And then, I can't remember what other one I used to do. Is it meteor shower? I think meteor shower is the cool one. I forget what the abilities are. So, let's just respec real quick. No, well, let's make sure. This is... Yeah, the same ability as as the flail. I'm used to that ability. Here's the really good mobility, and it hurts too. And so I would come in and I would AoE, and then I would did I attack something? Wait, what now? Oh, okay. Right, I go boom. Yeah, it'll be fun. And when the life staff caps, I can run something else. Like, I know that Great Axe and fucking Fire Staff are a really good combo. I use them to bust through Elysian Wilds really fast. Achievement unlocked, cool. I love this torch staff. It's actually so dope looking. It makes me happy, actually. So, what do we do? I look around for targets, and I think about my fire staff skill here. So I want to respec now, and I don't remember how these work, so we're going to do all three of them. This one is the flamethrower, and eventually the flamethrower becomes permanent, I think. So let's go respec for that and just see what that's like. Yeah, so the full flamethrower looks like this, which is fun. I might actually go do this because I'm heavy. So I shoot in at them, I blow up, and then I burn them. Yeah, and I have this forever. I can just turn it on whenever I want. Yeah. Which is fun. It is fun to just... I mean, I guess, like, I don't have to move, really. I can just keep this running forever. So on certain bosses, I can just stand there. Look at that. Maybe it is cool. Maybe I actually will try this, I guess. So, yeah, and then we buy the other 3 abilities the next 2 levels, I guess. And we try that spec for a while. I used to like the others, though. I think I will try this spec, though. We'll go full... Pyromancer, and I don't care about heals on this spec because I expect to do so much damage. So we get to respec, which is quite fun, actually. Or, well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, focus is important, I guess. Yep, I come in, I drop my nuke, and I fire in, I drop my, I do my AoE, and I drop my puddles, my heals, and then I burn for a while. And if I need to leave, I leave. So, but I don't know. Do I go damage or focus here? The fire staff scales with intelligence 100%. So let's go the 300 into int. This will be hard because I don't have int gear. I've got focus gear. So I still have a reasonable amount of focus, but not really, you know, amazing. So yeah, so maybe we go buy a completely intellect set from the town, which is just down the street here. X4 might actually be my game. Particularly because the game probably doesn't fucking annoy you all the time with bullshit. Like, I think No Man's Sky, if you sit out there in space, something bad happens. I doubt that happens in X4. I think it's mainly like you go do missions all the time and trading. I heard very good things about X4, and I intend to buy it no matter what. And so I think the game that I would like to buy today is X4. It's expensive, but... This thing's back, but I don't have a Night Veil costume. Need to buy a heavy intellect set now, which is probably cheap, honestly. Apparel, heavy armor. I want a single stat of intellect. We'll keep the current set that I have, and I'll lock it. But yeah, we're looking for cheap ass fucking like cheap ass headwear. 50 gold sold. Actually, wait, before I do this, I will retire my other set and I'll put it away and I'll keep hold of it. I'll lock this stuff so that I know. Unequip. 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 Oh yeah, I get to put my shield away. Nice. Which is nice. So yeah, lock the shield. Sort by eye level, and all this high level stuff it needs to lock. Yeah, because I might use it later for my my strengths or my my heal set. Right, this is a heavy heal set. It's a high one, but I mean I can always probably upgrade for really fucking cheap. So lock the. Oh no, don't lock those. Those are BOE. No, they're BOP, but they're not as good as those are. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. 616 helm. Yep, that's gonna save. Lock, and then 610 pants, which are BOP. I'm gonna crack them. 610 heavy glove, which I think is not as good as those. Yep. Focus on it. So yeah, and then I locked this. I locked this. No, I cracked this staff because it's not as good as the one I currently have. And I locked this nice flail for if I ever pick up flail again. This crappy staff is no longer any good. And all of these lock pieces go into my box. Into my box with you. All this other stuff goes in the box too, which is now empty. I have sold everything that I own pretty much. I don't like the clutter anymore. I'm just going to put it all back out on the market and take the fucking gold. I've got 16,000 gold the day that I hit 65. That's pretty good. And like, I mean, I could go buy like another house in Everfall right now. Or, you know, here, or I could buy a house here, but I think these ones are 20, so we're working towards 20. I'm just going to farm, and I'm going to keep doing missions and stuff so I can get the gold from the missions, but mainly, I want to buy a new intellect set and specialize in fire damage with life staff to stay alive while I sit there and flamethrower things. It will do this nice flame spec for a little while, and that'll be pleasurable. When the life staff caps out, I no longer have a reason to use it unless I'm like doing stuff like ECR or whatever, and I'll switch to Great Axe at that point. And I'll cap out Fire Staff and Great Axe, and I'll do tons of different weapon combos, one after another. Right now, I need apparel of the heavy variety of intellect on headwear. 50 gold at 700 sold. Looks like I might have to pay a pretty penny here, but here's a 696 for 300. 200. I mean, I would prefer a legendary. I guess I could pay 800 right now. I'm rich enough to pay 800 for a heavy breastplate. That's okay. Yeah, we'll take a heavy breastplate with nice stats on it. Gloves, we'll take these for 11 gold if it's got 3 stats. It doesn't. Damn it. 700 is acceptable. Omnidirectional evade. Oh, this is like a hunter piece. Empowering breaker. Greater heal. I'll take the 695s. No. Well, yeah. To get complete int. Yeah, we'll be looking at that guy at 314. Yeah, we'll take that one. You know, I didn't think about this, but the armor that I did buy, is it got int on it? Int focus, dex int. Yeah, I spent 800 gold on this, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I spent 800 gold on that. It's unfortunate, but it's not that good. But that's alright. It's alright. I don't know. I think I'll go back to the drawing board and be a little bit more careful about my chests, and I'll just sell this one. I'm going to sell this one for half the price. Where did it go? Yeah, that guy, it was a mistake, and I want to sell it right back for 800, I think. I won't give 800 for this. I'm going to try for half the price. I made a mistake, I admit. And if I can't find anything better, I'll take it off the market. But I would prefer to sit full int if I can get it. So, yeah, full int on the chest wear for cheap. Dex int for 400, but pure int. I have to come all the way down to 696 to a blue piece. Can I get something better? 1500 there for 691, but I'm starting to drop down eye level in a way that I don't really like. None of these are very reasonable, so no. Actually, my chest that I bought was actually good. I'm gonna take it. Never mind, I couldn't get anything better. So, apparel of heavy chest gloves, pure int for 6 grand. Looking for pure int 2K. Pure int. 900 ints for 693 is the first one that I see. I could get these ones for 700, and they have strength on them, but they're not really good gloves. Yeah, I would prefer to buy probably this. Yeah, hey, it's got ice damage, but I don't have ice damage. Strike conditioning is good. Yeah, we'll take this guy for 900. It's a little bit expensive to buy this set, but I mean, it's in the line of what I'm doing. Int and focus works for 30 gold. The best one there, I'll take it, sold. And then feet wear, feet picks. 515 for 698 is a good deal. Yeah, it is a good deal. It's got enfeebling maelstrom. Elegant warrior's boost with accelerating trap. I'll take this pure int. I'm okay with that. Okay, and there's my new crappy caster set that's going to be fugly and mismatched. Oh, your helm is quite... What's the word? Your helm is quite... Nobody's going to think I'm a caster at all. They're going to think I'm some of a fucking knight. Except I have a fire staff, so they're like, why does he have weird yellow feathers? Because I'm a fire mage. I don't mind the helmet, actually. As far as helmets go, this is like the best helmet I've ever seen, maybe. I've not seen a helmet with this as such strong feathers as this. I look fucking awesome. Yeah, I look fucking awesome. I've got burning grapes, and I've got this crazy feather pimp helm. I look fucking dope as hell, and I've got my magic stave, my magic life stave, and yeah, I'm feeling good about myself, and like I'm gonna pimp slap shit. Let's go. Oh, do I need to respec? No. So yeah, respec for intellects. I can't go lower. Wait, yeah, I need to go lower. Yeah, I need to go lower. Now we're looking a little better. With all that int gear, we can dump some points at least into focus. Although I want the full 10% ability damage, 10% chance of finding rare items while harvesting. That's pretty good. 7% base damage to targets below 50% health, so I really hurt things that are low. 30% duration to apply damage over time effects. That's good, because I burn things. 10% elemental damage and all that stuff. So that's the big one that you need to get if you're going to, like, really do what you need to do. This does not leave me a lot of points for focus, unfortunately. But, I mean, I reached my con bonus for physical armor and all this. It's not the most amazing heal specs. Like, my heals will be very weak. But, I mean, I don't really care. I can also run it the other way around. I'll still reach the elemental bonus here, I think. Yeah, like, I think I could still just reach the elemental bonus here and go halvesies, int focus, and still have decent enough heals, I guess. But not really. I lose a lot. 10% ability damage is so good. I'd rather just be a good mage and not get hit as much. I don't care if I'm heavy. I'll just dodge a lot. Fuck it. I'll get used to it. Yeah, so basically I lay down my heals and just burn things, which, well, yeah, at least with this particular spec. I've got to go respec again, I think. So, yeah, I don't really get the full flamethrower yet, unfortunately, because I need the mobility. So you, and you. And, I mean, that's pretty good. 12% weaken's pretty good. Increase the range is pretty good. I'll do that first, I guess. Yeah, and that's all of them. So then we go... not flamethrower, but burnout. Flamethrower. AoE. I go, hello, I'm gonna fucking burn out. Oh, I didn't detonate. Oops. Damn, I hurt. Look. What? Oh, I have to wait. I have to like get more points in it. Look, I do hurt. I hurt right good. Nice. I actually do damage. Wow. Why am I on fire? Cool. Why am I like burning and stuff? Awesome. I like the fire staff. It's always been really fun. I could go ice staff, I suppose. I could go fire and ice and go pure int with, you know, fire and ice. I could lay down a cool turret and just burn and freeze things and be a cool mage. That'll be fun. Why can't I find any fucking mobs? Like, for real? Give me a fucking mob. There you go. Throat's a bit dry. Fire step mastery slowed down pretty much immediately. Have to worry about mana, I guess. Mana is a thing. Maybe I need to run Void Gauntlet. What? You stunned me, you dick. Ah, you're so annoying. Burn. Ah, I can't do anything. You clicked on that stupid fucking video. Yeah, I like the flamethrower. It's fun. They should have made it better, though.
My conclusion is, this game is really special, and I'd like to tell you why.
Yeah.
X4 Foundations is kind of what you get if you take the concept of empire management and empire building that you see in games like Mount & Blade and you apply it to space. It's what you get when you take EVE Online, but you make it single player and significantly easier to get into. It triggers in you the same kind of one more turn syndrome that you get from Civilization, from Stellaris, from Factorio. I've had so many Saturdays where I thought to myself, I'm going to do so many things today. I'm going to go to the gym, I'm going to play a bunch of games, I'm going to cook some nice food for myself, I'm going to finish a project I've been working on, but none of that happened. This game is really addictive.
I bet it is.
X4 Foundations is a space sim, but not just any space sim. What makes X4 Foundations one of the most unique games out there, period, is its fully simulated
Fun to burn
economy.
people.
Here is how it works. Both the AI and the player can use mining ships to harvest raw resources and then sell them to stations that will refine them into higher tier goods. These goods are then typically refined further in other production stations, with trading ships helping move the goods around throughout the economy. Ultimately, at the very end of this chain, all resources will feed into the construction of new space stations or new space ships. But remember, this thing is completely dynamic and fully simulated, which means that any trader or miner you see in the world is currently fulfilling a real need to keep the economy alive. So if a faction can't have its market demands met, for example,
it's quite fun to have a flamethrower in an MMO. I've never had it before. Well, no, I have in 76. 76 is a good game too.
A really rich sandbox with lots of unpredictable behavior, which then in turn makes it really fun to build up.
Well, that really hurts him, I guess. Yeah, it does.
Stations, which then little by little allows you to exert more influence on the galaxy as a whole. But the game isn't just the economy. For example, it also has story missions.
I'm gonna go ice staff as soon as my life staff caps.
So if what I've been saying so far sounds even remotely interesting to you, it seems like the YouTube algorithm is both a favor by bringing us together. Thank you, YouTube. But here comes the caveat. When I say that getting into this game is easier than getting into EVE Online, that doesn't mean that getting into X4 is easy. This is still a very complex game. When I did my initial research to understand how to start playing it, the subreddit gave me pretty consistent feedback. No matter what you do, stick with it for at least a dozen hours, because it takes at least that long for the game to click. But before you can do that, you first have to buy the game. But before you buy the game, you probably first want to make an informed decision on whether it's worth your time and money. So with this video, I'd like to help you make that informed decision. I'll walk you through the basic mechanics, how the game plays and feels, what the game has to offer, but also through criticism, both my personal criticism and some of the criticism I've heard from the community. All of this together should hopefully give you a pretty clear picture of what X4 Foundations is, and like I said, help you make an informed decision. But just so you have the right expectations, I will not be teaching you how to play the game quote-unquote perfectly. You'll have to go to a dedicated guide for that. If at any point throughout this video you have questions, feel free to ask them in the comments or on my community Discord. You'll find a link to join in the pinned comment. Alright, hopefully you're curious and interested. Let's start with the basic mechanics. At the core of X4 Foundations is the game's economy. But before we dive into the economy, there are some basics I want to introduce first. The most important one is the composition of the universe. In X4 Foundations, the world is split into these hexagonal shapes called sectors, with each sector typically containing a bunch of space stations and many spaceships. On top of this, the sectors also have a certain amount of natural resources like ore, methane, ice, or hydrogen. Each sector also has a certain proximity to its host star, which determines the amount of sunlight the sector gets, which then, in turn, affects the production efficiency of so-called energy cells, which is the game's measure for electric power. At this point, the pieces of the economy should start falling into place. Since not all goods are available in every sector, transport ships are needed to move stuff from where it is available to where it needs to go. Now if you factor in things like piracy and warfare between factions, you've got yourself a pretty interesting economic situation. In order to actually move between sectors, a so-called jump gate or accelerator has to be used. But they both work the same way, so I'll just be referring to both as jump gates. Jump gates work in pairs, and the pairings are fixed throughout the game, which means that the arrangement of sectors in the galaxy is also fixed. I think if you look at the footage I'm showing on screen of the in-game map, it should be pretty clear what I mean. This limitation of how you travel means that jump gates are some of the most important strategic objects in the entire galaxy. It can often make a lot of sense to build your trade stations and production stations close to them to keep logistics paths down, but at the same time, they are a fantastic location for a defensive station in order to protect against enemy fleets. And as you can imagine, you'll find lots of ship traffic around the jump gates, especially in the center of the galaxy, which can be quite handy if you're doing bounty hunting or doing some kinky pirate roleplay. But no matter if you're stealing or producing stuff yourself, all of these goods will be used to construct new space stations, new space ships, and consumables like drones, ammunition, deployable satellites, mines, and so on. So no matter how much money you might have, if you try to order a fleet of miners from an AI shipyard, unless the resources it needs are present, you won't get your fleet. If you take one thing away from this entire
I love that. He like burns his shield. How did you get a full shield again immediately? That's cheating. You cheater. God, this game looks good. Maybe X4 is the game that I'm looking for.
No resources means no ships, no stations, nothing.
No
The individual
resources.
resources are relatively easy to make. So for example, you can take raw silicon and turn it into silicon wafers, then take silicon wafers and turn them into microchips, and then turn microchips into advanced electronics. Most recipes only ever have 2 or 3 input ingredients, so that part's not too hard. The complexity comes more from the fact that you obviously need more than one type of resource to build any space station or spaceship. So if you want to keep an AI's economy
Where
alive,
were all those trees? It was like in Eden Grove. The name of it was like, oh, am I aggro? Why does the fucking frames drop? I didn't do anything. See, I thought it was aggro, but then you didn't do anything for like 5 fucking minutes. Hurry up. What? Oh. What? Oh. So annoying. Deal with the flamethrower. Deal with it. Deal with the pimp flamethrower. What does this remind me of? Like, this hat is exactly like the hat in Bennett Foddy. I love my Bennett Foddy hat. I love my Bennett Foddy hat. And my Burning Grapes staff. Yep, I'm gonna go kill things. I came so close to dying. That goblin could have killed me and I wasn't paying attention. I need to pay more attention. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that's the whole joke about hardcore. So back to the drawing board, but X4 could be pretty good.
Have a self-sufficient economy of your own, you're going to have to figure out an efficient way to move goods around. And the way you do that is by using spaceships. I won't go into too much detail, but the game gives you a lot of fine control in how you'd like your own fleets to behave. On an individual level, you can assign different types of default behaviors to your ship. From simple ones like protect this station, to more complex ones like automine, which will have your miners harvest and sell resources automatically. You can also combine ships together into a fleet.
I want to be a pacifist.
Mining ship set to automine.
I want to be a pacifist in this game, which I think you can do. You can be just a fucking traitor, and you don't ever get involved in somebody else's bullshit.
Then assign 3 other mining ships to the first one with the fleet order mimic behavior. This way, if you make changes with the fleet's commander, all of the subordinates will follow the new orders automatically, which keeps micromanagement down.
I don't care about that shit.
You can also assign ships to stations directly and simply have the station's manager control the ships as they see fit. On top of all of this, you can even define high-level global orders and trade rules. So, for example, forbidding all of your civilian ships from entering a given sector, or telling your stations to not trade with a given faction. Now, on top of all of that,
trade embargoes,
individual prices and individual trade rules for individual goods in individual stations. Like I said, there's lots of fine control. All of these things are what make X4 Foundations such an amazing automation game. Except, instead of conveyor belts and trains, X4 has spaceships, and relies on you to instill logic into those ships to create a coherent economy. But at the end of the day, X4 Foundations is not just the economy. You actually do spend a fair amount of time in the cockpit of spaceships, especially in the beginning of the game. So let's talk about that now. X4 Foundations is not just an empire builder, it also allows you to fly spaceships yourself. These spaceships come in 4 different sizes: small, medium, large, and extra large. Now you might be, rightfully, asking yourself just how large is large and extra large. Let's try to find out by looking at some boron ships. As you can see in this video, the size differences are staggering. I was already damn impressed when I saw a large ship for the first time, but when I saw the XL ship next to it, fuck me, that thing is massive. I found that quite impressive, especially because I absolutely love just standing on my ship and feeling so ridiculously tiny in comparison. But size isn't everything, it's how you use it. Which is why different factions have their own ship platforms, each associated with a different type of role. These roles cover the usual suspects, like trading ships, miners, or destroyers. What makes the ship so interesting though is that different factions have different specialties, essentially. So for example, the Boron Heavy Fighter Barracuda has 1 engine, 3 weapons, and 3 shield generators.
Oh no.
While the Antigon...
But I mean, the other one can't kill me, so...
Whatever, I'm just gonna call them by their initials.
they're just gonna miss.
Fighter Pulsar Vanguard has 3 engines, 6 small weapons, and 1 small shield generator. Apart from differences in the ship platform, individual components offered by different factions are also different. So a shield generator from one faction might offer more shield capacity, but also take much longer to recharge. These factional differences make building your fleet up quite interesting. It gives you a bit of a choice if you want to go for ships that are really fast, ships that are more fragile but quite powerful, or just go for a balanced mix. But there's one thing you should look out for. If your reputation with a given faction is too bad, they won't sell you any ships, not to mention the good stuff, which is locked behind a relatively high reputation requirement. If you keep upsetting a faction, they might even stop trading with you at all, and if it gets really bad, they'll open fire at you on sight. So keeping an eye on your reputation is quite important, and I find it to be quite a big motivator in how I play the game. Speaking of reputation, each faction has its own set of relations to all other factions in the game. So while everyone is at war with the Xenon, the faction called Ministry of Finance is basically friends with the entire galaxy. The Argon Republic is at war with the Holy Order of the Pontifex, which in turn is in a civil war with the God.
This game looks good. I'm definitely buying this
game.
game.
Through the X4 galaxy, you'll actually stumble across quite a lot of battles and lots of spaceship wrecks. But reputations between factions
is X4 Fax Foundation's EAC. Oh no! X4 uses EAC as well. What they propose to do... I can't believe these games are on EAC. Why are they on EAC? That's fucking stupid. There's F9, nice. Get my last little detonate thing. I love the fucking mobility. Maybe I guess I'll go do missions now that I have enough points to survive, I guess. I'll go out to Brimstone. I guess I'm pulling a double today. I don't really feel that tired. I should just caffeinate and do my day. It's 10 o'clock. I was going to call my family at 11:30. X4 is on EAC. Why? Why? It looks like such a good game, but it's on EAC. I don't want to do EAC. I don't want EAC. No. I don't want to do EAC. Haha, stupid pig. Nice, got 2 grain seeds off that thing. This is good income. Guess I'll open up on this sheep and get Link. No, New World is the EAC game that I want to play. Or, well, I don't know. If Star Citizen is EAC, then I don't play New World, I guess, and I do... No, I don't want to be locked out of Rust. I don't want to be locked out of Rust and New World. They're, like, these games, these other games are do not rival. Like I would say that Rust is better right now than Star Citizen is, so I'm not trading Rust for that. And so is New World. I'm not trading New World for either one of those games. Like not X4 or Not X4 or... EAC is the enemy. I will not support EAC anymore. I will not buy any products that have it, really. So... Not that I cheat, it's that I can only play one EAC client at a time, and I'm a multi-gamer, like a multi-client gamer. So I'm not going to lock myself out of like 3 of my mains so I can play your fucking new space sim. I'll go back to Starfield before I'll do that, you know? I forgot that Luna was also a streaming game service, and I think I have Luna for free in my Amazon Prime account. That's kind of a thing, too. I wonder what stuff Luna has. Do they have anything that Steam doesn't have? I don't think so. Burn, rabbit. Burn, pig. I'm gonna run Fire Ice Staff, I think, because it's so mean. It's so fucking mean. I want to get really, really good at it. That fucks him up. I love Fire Staff. I've always have. I think it's so good. I run ice snares and Fire Staff to burn them while they're stuck in it. It'd be funny. Medicinal herbs, 7 of them. Are we done? Yeah, we're done here. Oh, cool. I got a turn in my town. I suppose I should go to Brimstone now, but I don't really know if I have enough, like, fire... Oh, yeah, I'm already level 9 on Fire Staff. What the fuck? Man, I got from 1 to 9 Fire Staff, and I think it was 7 minutes. Game's way different now. Mysteries footwear. I own Starfield. Problem with Starfield is well, I mean, I guess that's easily solved with a Ultimate account, but I could run Starfield on Ultimate the exact same way that I'm running it on Is Starfield easy anti-cheat? I asked the question, are you not? Oh, because the AI is actually asking. No way! Starfield is easy anti-cheat too. Is Space Engineers. Yes, is Space Engineers easy anti-cheat? Yes, it is. Wow, I'm not gonna get a non-EAC space sim game. Not even X4. I figured them being German, they wouldn't fuck with it. I figured them to be smarter for that. But all these games are EAC, and I'm loath to give up. Well, I don't know. I guess I couldn't. No, I would prefer to keep playing New World and then have like a space sim in the fucking background. I guess it's EVE Online. I just need a new career path in EVE Online that's low impact, but doesn't require me to think or anything. Like hauling.
There's a place I know that...
$693 heavy gloves. They weren't intelligence. They are BOP. These are intelligence as well. This has strike conditioning. What happened to that? Okay, I don't know. I guess I somehow bought 2 pairs of gloves, I guess. I don't really know. BOP and BOE. BOE. I'm going to just crack the green, though. Ooh, schematic for stone cairn. Maybe I should sell that. I don't know. I came back to town because I have a turn in here, or at least I did. Yeah, and I can't get a refund on Star Citizen if I blow $100 on it, and then I'm like, oh, I can't play New World at the same time. And now I'm looking at other games that I can play at the same time that aren't EAC.
There's a place I know that might interest a good...
So I guess I'll jump out now to Brimstone and go do these quests. I'll have to ride all the way north from Wikala al-Wahaha. I guess I could take quests there too. I suppose I should take that whole chain of fucking quests, I guess, because they're probably easy. But I don't know. I'll go out there, yeah. I like the desert. It's a good place. It's fun. Star Citizen isn't ideal because it'll drain my fucking system completely, and it'll make even FFXI even harder to play. I need maybe an older game, and Space Engineers is probably a better title for that. And while it's not a beautiful game, it's too technical of a game, maybe. If I fire Starfield up, on Steam, will it conflict with my EAC on... Wait, what's going on? Like, why are you logging into Steam? That seems so weird. I've not been logged into Steam? Okay, that seems fucking weird. I don't know. Anyways, go, you. What are you doing? Go. So if I look at Starfield... 132 fucking gigs. I don't think this is it. It's not it. EAC is my real problem. No, this is an old problem. That's not good. Well, we're a little bit more even Steven now. Wait, did you aggro another one? Oh god. Run the perfect dodge. Run the Persicos. I'm not losing this. 15 seconds till I take damage again. That'll give time for the regen to start tick. Yeah. I did the right thing. I had to use cooldowns. That's not too good. But, you know. I will not die. At least I was paying attention. I've got 25 minutes on Signet anyways. I should just run the fuck home. I'm out of cooldowns and everything. I can take the outpost out. Maybe I have enough I think I have enough oh, I do. I have enough conquest points now, and that makes a lot of my travel problems go away, which is good. I have to set home point in Bastock again. Yeah, I'm going to run home after this. Maybe for the 8 minutes. Let's see what my level's at. I am 19 out of 46, yeah, so... But I'm level 20 now. Oh, nice. I reached level 20, huh? Well, that's good. Maybe there's something new to wear. No, I think that's 21. Yeah, everything's 21 for me. Level 20 can use a chocobo. Maybe I should focus on that now. Ooh, money? How much? Oops, I gotta be aiming south. I don't want... Well, I guess the goblin doesn't really matter, actually. Yeah, if I'm gonna fight something nasty, it should be while I have the Persicos up. Oh, really? God damn it. Stupid goblin. No, nobody knows. It's the worst problem in gaming. Wait, can you just kill EAC? But no, that'll shut down any client using it. Oh my god, that's a really old one. What was that sound? Oh, it's New World. Canadian tailgate. I'm gonna run south, but I'm gonna kill on the way. I've been farming so many sheep, you think I would see a damn stray Mary, but nope. Without Y-scan. Fuck. I wish New World wasn't on easy anti-cheat. It's because of the musket. And the musket is such a dumb choice, really. And the shotgun, too. It's a dumb choice to do with the game because now it's the AC and it blocks out all these other titles. And I can't get what I want. I could just permanently leave New World. But I was looking to play... Can you play Rust and can you play Rust and Star Citizen at the same time? Maybe I should Google that. Where did my pen go? I just dropped it. No. What did I do with it? Did it roll the wrong way? No, it is. Got it. There's nothing to do in Starfield, though. Maybe X4 will run. Oh, wait. X4 is a single-player game. So it won't matter. It's a single-player game. I can just crack it. It won't matter. So I will try X4, actually.
Actions are not fixed. In some of X4's story missions, you get to make a choice. Do you make two factions go to war with each other? Or make two warring factions make peace? It's really fun to be flying through the galaxy with your spaceship and fundamentally change how the universe evolves. But I'm going off track again. Let's get back to the cockpit experience. You can actually command almost all of the spaceships you see in the game yourself, with notable exceptions being any Xenon or Kaak ships. But we all know, spaceships without guns aren't a whole lot of fun, so let's discuss weapons now. There's a lot of choice for weapons, from being up close with the enemy to makes it very hard to understand why your ship more Empire management than combat. It also has a lot of tools to support you in this. Let me tell you about my favorite one. Early on, you can collect the resources to construct something called a Singularity Engine Time Accelerator, or SATA for short. It will literally fast forward time, meaning all of your passive income streams are going to become a little more active. This is honestly a very welcome addition to the game, considering how long some things take, and I applaud the developers for having the courage to add it. So just to summarize, while combat is a big component of the game, Empire and fleet management are far more important. This means that essentially in the mid and late game, there isn't really a big need or point to being in the cockpit yourself, especially since there's also a teleportation research you could unlock with varying levels of distance, which simply allows you to teleport to ships or property that you own, even if it's further away, meaning that you don't even necessarily need to use your ships for traveling. Personally, I don't mind this too much, but it is a bit weird when you start playing the game almost entirely in the menu. This is not necessarily bad, it just might not be what you're expecting. And in general, I think discussing what playing the game actually feels like merits its own chapter.
Oh, okay, so for
by
this
sharing
spec,
my experience.
I need that.
The main thing I feel when I play X4 is how my caveman brain releases copious amounts of dopamine when numbers go up, and a strong desire to make number go up even more. But before you start turning into a hyper-capitalist as well, you typically start the game with very limited funds and access to only one ship. At this point, you already find yourself in the quote-unquote normal X4 sandbox, so what you do is completely up to you. On one side, this is pretty amazing, but on the other side, it can be really overwhelming, which is why it takes like a dozen hours for the game to start making sense.
What the fuck are we gonna do now? Huh? Oh shit, Nick!
To make this a bit easier, I heavily recommend that you choose a guided or at the very least assisted game start, because these come with a set of introductory story missions which help you make your first credits, practice docking, do a bit of combat, and so on. Which help you make your first credits, practice docking, do a bit of combat, and so on. But these missions don't fix the quote-unquote underlying problem. The game is still a sandbox, you still have to make up your own goals. I think it's fair to say that most players will choose to grow their empire as their main objective, and you can do this in any number of ways. Let's refer to the rules of acquisition for some inspiration.
And as the 34th rule of acquisition states, peace is good for business.
That's the 35th rule.
Oh, you're right. What's the 34th?
War is good for business. It's easy to get them confused.
Some people might like to have a peaceful trading empire, others might want to focus more on combat missions. I saw this one post on Reddit of somebody doing a proper pirate playthrough. They forbade themselves from buying ships, so all the ships they had were stolen. Plus, they were at war with most of the galaxy, and they could only trade with other pirate factions. I've always wanted to try this. This seems like such an interesting way to play the game. But I'm once again going a little bit off track here. The point is that there's a lot of different ways in which you can play the game, and it's really up to you to find a way that is fun to you personally. The most obvious gameplay loop of simply expanding your empire, getting more and more miners, more and more traders, more and more stations, works fantastically well. I would argue this is the quote-unquote main way to play X4. You'll have to grind a bit for credits in the beginning, but once you buy that first AI miner, your first subordinate, it feels really cool. That first miner won't make you that much money, but once you have 5 or 6 of them, you will start noticing your account balance gradually increasing on its own. That's a very nice feeling. But oh boy, once you get your first profitable production station, my god, seeing other factions, traders, and miners come to your station to deliver goods to it and pick up the product it produces, and seeing your account balance increase as a result. This is how the snowballing starts. But right around this time, that's also when the so-called Xenon are starting to snowball. The Xenon were originally terraformers for the Terrans. They were meant to peacefully prepare the galaxy for human habitation, but something went wrong. Over the centuries, they evolved self-preservation, and when the humans tried to shut them off, the Xenon developed weapons and basically decided to try and genocide all organic life.
Secretly, they began plotting against their creators.
As the game goes on, they'll get stronger and stronger, and without help from the player, it's entirely possible that in your playthrough, factions might get wiped out completely by the Xenon. The galaxy needs your help. But if you want, you can also just let it die. You can turtle up in one corner of space and slowly but steadily build up your own empire, build up your own fleet of ships, and then eventually reclaim the galaxy for yourself. You can do that if you want. The Xenon are kind of like the biters in Factorio in the sense that they are this driving force that keeps you on your toes, that forces you to innovate and expand and stay alive and thrive despite the dangers and challenges. Just like in Factorio, I think they're a brilliant addition to the game. The Xenon make the game significantly better. To help rise to the occasion, probably in the mid-game you'll find yourself with larger and larger fleets, until eventually you'll be able to have your own destroyers and battleships. That first time you get to be on the bridge of one of your destroyers, seeing a dozen or so fighters around you, intercepting enemy ships and seeing all those projectiles and lasers in open space, it feels really cool. But anyway, all of this takes like 100 hours, just to be upfront. And I think it's kind of unlikely that you'll get to the late game on your first playthrough, but thankfully the game has yet another tool up its sleeve to help you out. There's so-called customized game starts. Essentially, the further you progress in a given save, the more points you unlock, the more you can control future game starts. So you don't have to start from scratch again. You can actually start with quite a lot of money, or a couple of AI miners, or combat vessels, with your own station, with some research unlocked, and so on. If you get tired, simply reinvent yourself. You don't have to lose a lot of progress. Plus, you get a fresh state of the universe in case you messed up your universe beyond recognition. Super nice. Once again, I applaud Ubisoft for adding this. This is a really good feature. So anyway, just to conclude, playing X4 Foundations is all about empire building. It's all about controlling the chaotic galaxy and interacting with the various systems that the game possesses, most notably the economy. It's about finding smart strategies for warfare, but also figuring out your own interesting ways to have fun. In that sense, X4 Foundations is kind of about influence, the influence you can exert on the sandbox. And that influence is something that you can actually see. I mean, you get to see the spaceships and the space stations and the battles. They're not just numbers in a menu somewhere. You get to experience them, which helps make your choices feel more meaningful and more impactful. Plus, I think all this stuff looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, the game does look good.
It merits its own chapter. Being a space game, most of what you'll be seeing is spaceships, space stations, and open space. But I want it to be very clear that not all sectors look the same. I would even go so far as to say that the various sectors have a lot of personality, to the point where you will start recognizing sectors purely based on their visuals. Sometimes you get to see some planetary bodies rotating in the distance, are greeted with a beautiful background of stars, or you may find yourself in a nebula altogether. I think Ubisoft did a fantastic job here to make these levels, which consist of open space, fairly unique. Beyond that, the most visually interesting aspect are the various designs of ships and stations. They tend to mirror the underlying faction to some degree, and I'd like to highlight that by talking about 3 of these factions now. The Boron are one of the most recent additions to X4 and a community favorite. they are aquatic creatures, so their ships look like what I'd expect if you take a fish and let it evolve spaceflight. They have very smooth designs and surfaces and no harsh angles. The ships feature these fins I'd almost expect to start flapping to propel them in space. Their stations share the same design philosophy, with many smooth, almost wave-like structures. Very nice. Boron are particularly strong when it comes to shields and energy weapons. Beings, these floaty, pretty cool. Hatched to move around big, advanced but fragile aquatic beings, that it would be shield technology as opposed to thick ship hulls that protects them. Also, I want to highlight that the Boron move around in these floaty tanks of water with these floaty robotic arms attached to them, which is one of the more unique designs I've seen in sci-fi games. Pretty cool. But I do have a question. Where do they pee?
You know where.
Moving on from the Boron,
In their
the
mouths.
Terrans pee in normal toilets. Their ships usually have at least one of them. I think. The Terrans kind of remind me of the Empire in Star Wars. Not necessarily aesthetically, but more from the vibe that I tech originally, as it happens someone had a lot of fun making this. Popular among lots of smooth surfaces and perfect angles, conveying. Let's look at something completely different. The Paranid are a society built around a sort of religious dictator. They have these strangely angled limbs and have lots of parabolic shapes, so then that I do not know, and art themselves through beautiful paintings, Odysseus. Kind of tempted to tell you that their space stations mimic the design of the spaceships, saying that they look. There's of course plenty. It's super fun to look at the art direction and connect as opposed to a long essay. So, about that. There's still a lot of mods that allow existing mechanics in the game, while others may even remove elements of some mods like CUDA elites. Coming to worry to allow you on to that is still in the part of the universe in vanilla. There are even mods which add it changes all of the stat numbers for weapons and shields and makes the 4 size classes of ships feel more distinct. In the footage you are seeing, I'm also rocking a number of graphics and sound mods if you conversion over out too. There are a ton of options for any use case you could imagine. It will help you identify what you certainly don't use ships. In any case, I do, as you'll have a better understanding for how they will interact with the existing games.
Shit. I don't think they make a game that I can play in this genre. I don't know. An X4 is not what I'm looking for. I don't want to pay Star Citizen $100 to see them tell me I have an EAC error. I just don't want that. Oh yeah, that's actually not the I want. Oh, platform. Wait. This is such a terrible backwards ass method. I'm trying to think of how to get around stuff like this to bring a game like Starfield to my computer. I guess I need to verify whether or not Starfield will... I guess I can always get around it by cracking these games that, like, you know, that I own already, that I bought already. I can just get the torrented version of them and just buy them and play it that way, kind of. But it's like, I don't know. I don't think... I don't know. I don't think any of these games are what I'm looking for. It's unfortunate. I think... like Starfield is a good bet, but I'm talking about Starfield here. I know that game sucks. I know that's not it. Like and no, I will buy Starfield today, I think. That's not too good. At least I have TP. Nice. So it was easy enough. Didn't really, wasn't too bad. Where am I now? I'm going south, I guess. I don't like this method, and this seems weird. Some games don't conflict. Like for instance, Fallout 76 is on EAC, but it won't. Oh, sorry, it will play with at the same time as New World. I'm fairly sure it actually will, as I've logged in and done my dailies. Maybe I can play Star Citizen. It's kind of a gamble. I don't mind supporting them for $50. That's not like the worst amount of money. Just to see if I can play the game. I guess I'll buy the game, and if I can't play because of EAC, I'll ask for a refund with their email through their email program. Be like, I'm sorry, I can't play this game because I'm currently maining New World. I bought your game to play in the background, but it won't play. I can't play this game, and I think that's grounds for a refund. If not, I'll just demand a refund with my bank. Yeah, what's playing right now? 700,000 people are playing PUBG. Why? Fucking PUBG. Oops. I'm going home. I forgot. So I'm gonna go that way. I best rest in case I have aggro or something. Factorio's getting really big. Deadlock is still coming soon. That'll be a game that I get to play, I think. I'm gonna do this instead of Overwatch. Yeah. Definitely. What do you mean? You're dumb. Baldur's Gate 3 has 100,000 players right now for some reason. Hey, 50,000, not bad. At least it's not dying anymore. Black Myth Wukong, it dropped pretty fast. But it has a lot of people playing it. Overwatch, 7 Days to Die, Valheim. No one's playing Starfield, like no one. I don't think it's a particularly good game. There's 25,000 people playing No Man's Sky. See Scum like drop down. Scum, people are still playing Scum though. Liar's Bar. Nobody's playing Gmod at all anymore. It's funny. It like full blown failed. Crosshair overlay for Rust is getting 52,000 players because of Rust. Rust is sitting in number 7 today because what? It's new wipe day, I think, right? Or no, Sunday. Oh, I guess it's just Sunday and people are playing. Yeah. I don't see a space game here, or anything even remotely like that resembles like a playable space game. I guess I'll have to crack. No, X4 isn't it. I don't think. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe X4 is good, but it looks a little menu surfy to me. But I mean, I guess that's okay. I think Starfield's the bet, and I just see... I'm sorry, Star Citizen. I think Star Citizen is the bet, and I'll just see if their EAC conflicts with Steam, because it might not. They might have said it not to. It might not do any conflicts with anything. I think that's what 76 did. Ooh. Ooh. I have a cape with this chest, and it looks fucking sweet. I have a cool black cape. I didn't really realize how cool the cape is. I like the cape on this chest a lot. Oh, yep. Where am I now? I am... Oh, I went too far south. I want to go north again. Oh, there's goblins and stuff. No, no goblins. What are these rock eaters called? They're like 7. Oops. Stop. Ooh. Yep, take me to the blue light. If Starfield's good enough, it could just sit in New World spot, and that's why I'm gonna buy it. Because I believe it does have the in combat or in the in cockpit RP that I am looking for. I don't know, the fuel seems sort of dumb. Oh. Wait, my fucking... Oh, no wonder. My life staff has completely... Oh, no, who's shooting me?